Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council and Redevelopment Agency for the City of Thousand Oaks, Tuesday, April 13th, 2010. At this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Present.
Councilmember Irwin.
Here.
Councilmember Glancy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fox.
Here.
Mayor Gillette.
Here. Item 4, request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. There being none, move to item 5, special presentations and announcements. I'm going to move down to the lectern and we'll begin our special presentations. Please give me a moment. There it is. Okay. Thank you. Our first special presentation, I'd like to ask the city's Associate Human Resources Analyst, Elena Kean, to join me. Elena, where are you? Please come down. Welcome. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good to see you.
You too.
This evening, we're recognizing an amazing group of people who provide valuable support services and thousands of volunteer hours every year to support city programs. With today's economic challenges, municipalities throughout California are struggling to bring good service to residents, maintain good service to residents. We are fortunate to have a community of active volunteers that allow us to continue going above and beyond for the residents we serve. I'd like to have Elena introduce our volunteer coordinators. Please.
Thank you, Mayor Gillette. Good evening, council members and city staff. And I'd like to take a moment to ask the various volunteer coordinators who are here this evening to join me up at the podium. And we will take this opportunity to thank you, Council, for allowing us as volunteer coordinators to highlight and to share with you the role and the contribution that our various volunteer groups make to the city. It truly is a remarkable contribution. As Mayor Gillette mentioned, I am one of the volunteer coordinators, and I'm privileged to coordinate the volunteer program at City Hall and to work with an amazing group of about 25 volunteers who assist City Hall staff with a variety of office clerical, administrative, technical tasks. Maybe you have seen some of our volunteers at the welcome desk in the lobby of City Hall, meeting and greeting the public and directing them to the appropriate departments for assistance. Truly a remarkable group of individuals that in the last year, 2009, contributed over 1,500 hours of service to the city, representing over $30,000 of savings. offerings. And also this evening, I wanted to spotlight the incredible contribution that the library volunteers make to the city. My colleague and volunteer coordinator, Judy Bumstead, was unable to be here this evening, and so just wanted to share with you that the Thousand Oaks Grant, our Brimhall Library and Newberry Park branch, are privileged to have 185 volunteers who worked nearly 19,000 hours in 2009. And additionally, the library had approximately 75 teen volunteers who assisted in the summer reading program last year. And collectively, the library volunteers saved the city nearly $400,000 in 2009. And these volunteers at the library perform a myriad of tasks in assisting library staff with genealogy, with special collections. They serve as technology coaches. They work in the Library Foundation gift store, collection management, circulation, Next Chapter Book Club, and also the Friends of the Library. And so without further ado, I wanted to introduce Nancy Longtoe from the theaters to highlight the theater volunteers. Thanks, Nancy.
Good evening. My name's Nancy Longtoe. I'm the Theater House Supervisor and Liaison to the Friends of the Civic Arts Plaza, our volunteer organization. The Friends Volunteer Program is designed to encourage individuals to utilize their skills in support of the Civic Arts Plaza. Volunteers are welcome to participate in one or more of the different organizations. Office Angels, membership, tours, multimedia, newsletter, special events, gift shop, and volunteer ushering. The Friends organization currently has 464 volunteers and annually save the city over $250,000 a year in volunteer hours. Our volunteers serve as ambassadors of goodwill to the Civic Arts Plaza, to the patrons, performers, and the community of Thousand Oaks. A special thanks to Sana Anderson, President of the Friends, Marlene Shropshire, Committee Chair of the Volunteer Ushers, the Usher Coordinators, and to all the Friend volunteers for support of the performing arts. Thank you, and now I'd like to introduce City Clerk Linda Lawrence. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. One of the City Clerk Department's responsibilities is to oversee the city's boards and commissions and committee program, and it's my pleasure to briefly speak to you regarding the volunteers that serve on these committees for the City of Thousand Oaks. These volunteers give their time, energy, and talents by participating in numerous public meetings and study a variety of topics. We have approximately 122 residents who serve on 19 boards, commissions, or committees and represent the city on a variety of issues such as senior, youth, traffic, arts, and planning, to name just a few. For the viewing public, we're always looking for new applicants, so if you're interested, please look at the city's website. And on behalf of the city, I'd like to thank each one of our members for their commitment to the city. And I'd like to introduce you to Barbara DeAngiu, who's in charge of the volunteers and policing.
Thank you, Linda. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and our management staff. It's another great year. I don't think I need to introduce that I am the manager of the volunteers and policing, and I've stood up here many a year and given you a total recap of hours. 2009, it was over 34,000 hours, and at the California federal volunteer rate, that would be almost $800,000 in savings to the city with a giant check. But I know that all of you know that because you're great supporters of the program, so I wanted to share with you just a couple of real-life examples of how they make an impact on this community. Some of you may have seen the star in the last couple days, and you've seen pictures of my volunteers in policing on the front as they have stood guard and standed in order in front of the house that had the fire. That's just one of many things. The vacation house checks, on average, I get over 5 letters a week, and this is just a quick excerpt from Mr. and Mrs. Schad. It gives us great peace of mind while we were on our travels to know that you are looking after our home. You are so thorough that it amazes us, and it's always great when we get home to receive your safety logs. This one I loved. If any of you are familiar with Santa Barbara, about 3 years ago, they had to go away from sending deputies on calls such as vehicle burglaries, and instead they would send you a form letter to send your insurance. So this is from a Mr. Robert Roche. He was a recent victim of vehicle burglary here in Thousand Oaks, and his laptop and iPhone had been stolen. Part of his letter. Having moved here from Santa Barbara, I was very surprised when 2 professional law enforcement volunteers showed up not only to take a report, but check for fingerprints and other evidence, and even followed up with a phone call from yet another volunteer in your detective bureau saying they had recovered some laptops and one of them may be mine. My hat's off to these dedicated people. Lastly, a commendation to one of the support service VIPs who does a lot of data entry. Quote from the sergeant, "The pawn tickets were piled high, and within 2 days, Madeline had worked so efficiently, not only had they all been entered, but she was looking for more work." So that's just a short little excerpt of the kind of stuff that they're doing in the community and for the department. And lastly, they are celebrating their 15-year anniversary this year. And I'm really, really proud of this accomplishment. The National Association of Volunteers in Local Government, and I'm sorry, I ran in from the parking lot in case you're wondering, because I didn't want to be late, so I'm out of breath. They recently honored our group with a very prestigious award for being a model volunteer program. In order to achieve that award, at least 10 other agencies must have modeled their program, or part of their program, from ours. And in the past 10 years that I've been here, actually over 26 agencies have fashioned all or part of their programs from ours. So we're kind of like the original. But one of the key reasons for that success is the support from all of you and our city manager, and we look forward to another great year. So with no further ado, I will introduce Graham Watts.
Thank you, Barbara.
Late.
Mayor Gillette, members of the City Council, my name is Graham Watts, and I'm the city's Emergency Services Manager. And 2 programs of note I'd like to acknowledge tonight would be our CERT program, which is the Community Emergency Response Team program. It's a countywide program, and in Thousand Oaks we've been operating it for about 5 years now. On a regular basis, each year we have about 2 classes, and to date we've graduated over 400 residents. It's a great program. Its only requirement is that you live in Ventura County and that you're 18 years old. And I would encourage our residents to continue to participate in this program. We have a class ongoing right now, and a class later in the year, I think in July, we'll start up again with, I think, our 15th or 16th class. So it's going really well. The instructors are all provided by the Ventura County Fire Department, and it's all part of a countywide CERT program, and all doing a great job. The second program is the Auxiliary Communication Services Program. It was previously known as RACES, and these are sometimes referred to as amateur, but I would consider them professional radio experts the city and other agencies rely on. They've done an amazing job setting up a radio communications infrastructure in the East County, which is now being replicated in the rest of Ventura County. They have equipped our Emergency Operations Center at the EOC here at City Hall in an exceptional way that we rely on them, and they have radio tests on a regular basis. They train our employees on how to use the radio. They do an exceptional job, and they're all volunteers. So I'm very grateful to them, and I thank you for your time, and really appreciate the volunteers that we have in our community, and would certainly encourage anyone to get involved with radio training or CERT by visiting the city's website. Thank you. With that, Sergeant James Fryoff.
Good evening, and Sergeant James Fryoff from the Thousand Oaks Police Department. I have the pleasure of overseeing 4 different volunteer groups. Along with Graham, I also oversee the ACS team for the ham radio operators. I have the Police Explorers for anybody who's 20 or 14 to 20 years old that would like to get into exploring, not just for law enforcement interests, but for those who are interested in leadership skills, teamwork, and skill building that is founded with the Boy Scouts of America initially, and then the curriculum is established through our academies to teach them in law enforcement protocol. And for those who have been to any events within the city, you know the Explorers help tremendously with parking, helping people get off the streets so that we don't have traffic jams during the carnival and other such events. Then we have the Reserve Deputy Program for those who are interested in actually doing what I do, but for free. Believe it or not, there are people out there willing to do this, and we are actively recruiting reserves all the time, and they help augment the services within the city. Generally, they ride with a full-time officer, but then they're there so that we don't have to take 2 vehicles out of a beat to respond to a normal 2-person call. They're there already, and so they can handle the calls, allowing us to be as efficient as possible. We also have the Disaster Assistance Response Team, which falls on the heels of Graham's CERT training. Their core requirement is they have to have completed CERT before they can apply for DART. And it's for those citizens who want to take it to the next level of serving in the form of a disaster. They get additional training so that when we need immediate assistance, we can call on our DART team to come out and assemble for either building searches, canvass an area for missing persons, etc. And then also the ACS, DART, Explorers, Reserves. I got them all. All right. So thank you very much from the police department.
I'm struck with the thought, I've said this before, and I know some of you have heard me say it, but it was a few years ago that we were entertaining a group of civil servants from Russia. And Tom Mitzi and I and some others were touring the large theater with them, and we got into a discussion, how does it all work, and right at the front of that discussion was volunteers. And that led to volunteers throughout the city and what have you. And I'm just thinking about that as each of you were talking about this. They couldn't grasp the concept. No matter how hard we tried to explain, why in the world would people, sane people, give of their talents, their time, their energy, and their resources without compensation? And of course, we all recognize, those of us that deal with it, and I hope we never take it for granted, the phenomenal value that this community receives from its volunteers, help making it one of the greatest communities in the entire country, in the world, as a matter of fact. Now, on behalf of the entire City Council and all of the residents of the City of Thousand Oaks, thank you all very, very much for what you do. It's good seeing you again. Thank you. Good seeing you. You didn't get too far away, did you? Okay. This proclamation is in honor of National Volunteer Week, and if you'll allow me, city volunteers provide an invaluable service and support a number of city endeavors that are important to the overall efficiency of city operations. And city volunteers serve on various boards, commissions, committees, and also work at City Hall and theaters, library, community emergency response teams, CERT, auxiliary communication services, ACS, and the police department, including volunteers in policing, VIPs, disaster assistance response team, DART, explorers, and reserve deputies. And in the past year, approximately 1,000 city volunteers contributed over 95,000 hours to city efforts, representing nearly $2 million, allowing the city to provide more services to residents without incurring costs. City volunteers provide exemplary service to our community. Therefore, it is my pleasure, Dennis C. Gillette, the Mayor of the City of Thousand Oaks, on behalf of the entire City Council, to hereby proclaim April 18th through April 24th, 2010, as National Volunteer Week, and thank our volunteers for their dedication and commitment to our city. Thank you all very, very much. Do you want a picture? Want to go around the front? Please, sir. Tonight, I'm pleased to say that the city is on the receiving end of a special presentation. During my years with the city, I've often been impressed with our departments and their continual efforts to improve city services. They've implemented projects and services that have made Thousand Oaks the first-rate quality city that it is. I'd like to introduce Lori Prentice, President of the Ventura County Chapter of the American Public Works Association, who will tell us about two projects that have illustrated Thousand Oaks as a leader in environmental efforts. Let me also introduce a few people involved in the earning of that honor. And could we ask Mark Watkins, our Public Works Director, Tom Pisa, Public Works Engineering Division Manager, and Chuck Rogers, Hill Canyon Treatment Plant Superintendent. Lori, where are you? Oh, hi. Come on up. Aye.
Thank you very much.
Take it.
Yes. Well, Mr. Mayor and council staff and everybody else, friends and neighbors, it's a tough act to follow. Congratulations on your level of volunteerism here in Thousand Oaks. It's pretty amazing. Each year in the Ventura County area and nationwide, in fact, there are many public works projects designed and constructed that are worthy of recognition. Unfortunately, because some of them are underground, they're buried, whatever, they go without recognition. So as a means of bringing due recognition to the projects, designers, and the construction staff who construct these projects, APWA National and Ventura County solicits nominations for Projects of the Year in 5 categories. So on behalf of Ventura County chapter of APWA, I'm pleased to present 2 awards this evening to the City of Thousand Oaks for some of their recent achievements for public works projects in your area. And first tonight we have a Project of the Year award that the city won for the Hill Canyon in the environmental category for Hill Canyon wastewater treatment plant, the cogeneration and solar projects. So on behalf of APWA, congratulations. You want to conclude this one and move on to the next one, or you just want to have... You want to do the second one? I can go ahead and do the second one? Okay. The second category that we would like to award a Project of the Year award to the city for the Public Works is in the category of transportation. It's for your Thousand Oaks Transportation Center. So congratulations on that. Here's the second award, Tom. And that's the end of my presentation. Short and sweet.
All right, thank you very much.
You are quite welcome.
Thank you very much. You want to say something, boss?
Sure.
It's your group. Go.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Lord, for being here. And the American Public Works Association covers all of North America. The Ventura County chapter receives any number of nominations every year. So it's with great pride that we accept not 1, but 2 Project of the Year awards from the association this year. We do get to go on and compete on a nationwide level. We won the national award just a few years back, and so we're keeping our fingers crossed for these projects. But my congratulations to Tom Pisa and Chuck Rogers for 2 great projects, and for City Council for all the support that they give us for constructing these projects.
Mark, thank you very much. And I just want to say, we're going to go around and take a quick picture here, but it's really enjoyable to run into the Public Works Director just out in the building and look at him and say, that new flood control ditch down in front of Carlson Building Center is fantastic. And he almost wells up with tears. I don't know if that's because it's done or it took that many years to get it done, but congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. If you got, let's go around and get a picture, please. Let's see those things. And our third presentation is recognizing a group that performs an incredible life-saving service to people in need of organ transplants and tissue donations. Penny Storager, would you join me, please? Storager? It's Stroger. Stroger, I'm sorry. Please, come up. Welcome, Penny, to the podium. Penny is a founding member of the Thousand Oaks Transplant Recipient International Organization, also referred to as TRIO. And tonight she's here with us, and we proclaim April 2010 as Department of Motor Vehicle Donor Life California Month. Penny, please tell us about what you're accomplishing and how all of us can help.
I'll be happy to. Thank you, Mayor Gillette, and thank you for being here, all City Council members and Thousand Oaks officials. I've lived here since 1972, so this is definitely my home. I can give you some statistics and I can tell you a little more about our organization, but maybe it might make it a little more personal. At first I'd tell you a little something about my experience. 15 years ago today, I would have been falling asleep on the couch trying to stay awake during Little House on the Prairie, probably. That was about my mental and physical capacity. A week later, on April 22nd, 1994, I received organs that were donated by a kind individual's family, a liver and a kidney. And to me, it's just remarkable that 15 years later, I can stand here and I can tell you that I'm so busy. Don't take offense when I leave as soon as this is over, but I have another meeting at 7. So, you know, going from lying on the couch to being that busy, what's that journey? Well, first of all, it relies on the kindness of people who are willing to donate their loved ones' organs. We've come a long way in 15 years in that regard. In California, we have an online Donate Life California registry. As most of you know, it's administered through the DMV, but you can also go on the computer yourself to Donate Life California and sign up to be an organ donor. You don't have to wait till your driver's license renewal is up. Right now, we're proud to say that we have more than 6 million donors on that list. In fact, there's a flag in our Thousand Oaks DMV proclaiming that fact. So that's great. That's really good news. The bad news is, as of today, and I checked my computer today, there are 106,888 people in the United States waiting for organs. At the rate that organ transplants have been done recently, only about a quarter of those people will get organ transplants this year. So let's face it. If you have to have end-stage disease to get on the list, it means that some of those people aren't going to live long enough to receive an organ. I was definitely one of the lucky ones, and there are 3 members of our TRIO group here tonight who were lucky ones. Our TRIO group, by the way, is one of the more active in the nation. We, from day to day, normally have about 60 active members. The other thing I want to compliment in this city is Los Robles. Los Robles Hospital last year, 17 out of the 17 people who were treated in that hospital who were eligible to donate organs did so. And they run pretty close to 100% donation of eligible donors almost every year. And keep in mind, one donor can save a number of lives, because nowadays, you know, tissue, blood, bones, as well as liver, kidney, the most common, intestine, heart, lung, all these different things can be donated and can save people's lives. I like to think that since I have this experience 15 years ago, that I've been a productive member of our Thousand Oaks community. In fact, the theater opened just a few months after I was well enough to dress myself and get out of the house, and I was a volunteer in that group, the group that was recognized tonight, the City Volunteers, for over 12 years. So I'm a lucky one. If all of you will please sign up on donatelifecalifornia.org, there'll be a lot more people that'll be lucky ones, although I sincerely hope the people in this room will continue to live long enough that they won't be donating organs anytime soon. Thank you.
Penny, thank you very much, and on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Thousand Oaks, please accept this small certificate of appreciation, the declaration for your service to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gillette, and I did want to comment that we have received big, wonderful, beautiful proclamations from you in the past, and we do display them at our run walk and other events to support organ donation, but when I was told that there was the option of a certificate this year, as a Thousand Oaks taxpayer and California taxpayer, I was only too happy to accept the certificate, which is a little bit less expensive to produce. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Why don't we stick around?
Okay.
Okay, we are now ready for a very special presentation for our viewers. Carol, where are you? Would Carol Nussbaum, President and CEO of Cabrillo Music Theater, please join me? Welcome, Carol. Cabrillo Music Theater, one of our theater's stellar resident companies, is here with a performance from their upcoming show, Little Shop of Horrors. Carol, thank you for coming this evening. Your award-winning performances certainly provide quality entertainment opportunities for our community. Tell us about what we're going to see this evening, please.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor Gillette, esteemed council members, and invaluable city staff. Special shout out to our ever-reliable Mary Leck. Thank you so much for your ongoing support of Cabrillo Music Theater, your resident musical production company. And I'm happy to give you an update on the Cabrillo happenings. I'm delighted to report that Cabrillo has won for the second consecutive year the 2010 Best of Business Westlake Village Award from the U.S. Commerce Association. And the Best Local Business Award recognizes outstanding local businesses throughout the country that enhance the positive image of small business through service to their community. We are privileged to be among the about 1% of 2009 award recipients who qualified as two-time award winners. Cabrillo's recent production of The Andrews Brothers was awarded the Ovation Award Committee's recommendation. This means The Andrews Brothers was ranked in the top 20% of all Southern California productions this year. We're also very proud to announce that Daryl Archibald, one of Cabrillo's beloved musical conductors and family members, is on his way to Broadway as he conducts the national tour of Dreamgirls. You may remember Daryl from Irving Berlin's White Christmas and The King and I. And finally, let me take a moment to thank the huge number of Thousand Oaks residents who voted for me and Cabrillo for Creative Director of the Year, the Spotlight Award, a national award. And though we didn't win the award, Cabrillo and I came out big winners as we appreciated the enormous support of our community. And we were proud to be featured at the awards ceremony as one of the 6 finalists of a field of over 500 nominees. And boy, we had a blast in Vegas. We have an exciting summer in store when Cabrillo presents its magical production of Cinderella. Our all-in-the-family star, Sally Struthers, she is ready to bring it on, her hilarious comedian talents to the stage in a role as the fairy godmother, and she's very excited about coming here to Thousand Oaks. To further enhance the glowing production and make all those magical things happen, we've brought in a masterful special effects expert, Adam Bazark. Adam is well known for his work at Disney World and attractions at Universal Studios, including Terminator 2, 3D, Jurassic Park, and The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man. You can be certain that we will mystify you at Cinderella. Which brings us to our upcoming fun, funny, and fabulous show. We open on Friday, April 23rd, and run through Sunday, May 2nd, with Little Shop of Horrors. It's the story of a down-and-out floral assistant who becomes an overnight sensation when he discovers an exotic plant with a mysterious craving for blood. The Little Shop of Horrors is a 50s sci-fi spoof that is the 3rd longest-running off-Broadway show of its time. Its flawless score was created by the Academy Award-winning songwriting team of Howard Ashman and Alan Menken, writers of Disney's Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, and Aladdin. The Little Shop of Horrors show has wowed audiences worldwide, from Budapest to Athens to Zurich, with delightful Motown, doo-wop, and rock and roll tunes. It's a 2-time Oscar nominee, a Golden Globe Award nominee, and a Drama Desk winner. We've brought in the lavish sets and the spectacular costumes from the Broadway National Tour. And it's the first time one of our shows has a puppeteer. We put our ace production team on it, including my enormously talented artistic director, Louis Wilkenfeld, our choreographer from the Princess Cruise Lines, John Sharon, and musical director extraordinaire, Matthew Smidell. It's a Cavalier Theater premiere, and it's grand fare for all audiences. And a special thanks to the City Water Conservation Outreach Coordinator, Louise Hellwolf, for helping us with our water conservation program that we'll have in the lobby during the show. Tickets start at $25. It runs from April 23rd to May 2nd. You can go to our glorious box office here, click on Ticketmaster.com, or telephone 805-449-2787. So with that, friends, please join me in welcoming our lovely urchins, Robin Jackson, Dominique Patone, and Nicole Tillman. And on the piano, our musical director, Matthew Smidell, and of course, one of our stars, Audrey II.
Little shop of terror, watch them drop. Little shop of horrors, no, oh, oh, no. Shing-a-ling, what a creepy thing to be happening. Look out, look out, look out, look out. Shang-a-ling, shang-a-ling, drang in the air, yeah, 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 yeah. La-la-la, stop right where you are, don't you move a thing. You better. Tell your mama something's gonna get her. She better, everybody better beware. You betcha, best believe it, nothing's gonna get ya. You betcha, better watch your back and your tail. Yeah, 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 yeah. Come on, come on, come on, little shop of horrors, pop, shabba. You'll never stop the terror, little shop of horrors, no, oh, 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 no, oh, 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 no, oh, 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 no.
Ladies, thank you very much. Carol?
Just grabbing Audrey for the show.
Thank you to you and the Cabrillo organization once again. Thank you very much. Okay, item 6. The clerk, please call public comments.
This is the time and place for public comments. The speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. All speakers for public hearings shall be called and heard during the public hearing. Pursuant to council standards of operation, the mayor may assist any speaker from straying into areas not within the city's jurisdiction. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole. Under state law, issues discussed under public comments can have no action unless listed on the agenda and may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda. All documents for city council and the official city record should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 16 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker this evening will be Susan Cashman, followed by Mary Leck and John Brooks, followed by Aaron Kelly. And if you are next in line, if you'd please come down, there's seats in that front row. Ms. Cashman, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honor, City Council. I'm pleased to be here. I am Susan Cashman, Miss Senior California of 2007, and also the director of the Miss Senior Conejo Valley pageant. Because California is such a large state, it has become necessary to have preliminary pageants from San Diego all the way up to Santa Clara. And last year we had a brand new venue, Ventura County, and what a wonderful success we had. There are the top 3 winners of all of these pageants go on to the state pageant and vie and compete for the title of Miss Senior California. And Miss Senior California then goes to the national pageant and competes for Miss Senior America. The women are judged in 4 categories. There is the personal interview, there is modeling, there is their philosophy of life, and then the most popular of all, which is talent. Now, talent can be anything. Everybody has a talent. You don't necessarily have to sing, dance, play a musical instrument, but you can do something. Last year, we had a lot of our ladies that showed off their crafts, and they had a wonderful time doing it. I would like to say that there are only really two requirements. The women must be 60 years of age and a citizen of the United States. The various categories of talent are singing, dancing, and crafts. And I must tell you, the pageant this year is going to be at the beautiful Goebel Senior Center on Sunday, May the 23rd at 1:30 p.m. The ladies have a rehearsal the day before, and we want to keep our seniors visible in a positive light, and this is such a fun experience. I've told my ladies before, I only promise you 2 things. Number 1 is you're going to meet a lot of women that are very wonderful, and the other one is you're going to have a lot of fun. So come on, we need contestants. I have 11 applications so far. We have room for a couple of more. And it's a chance for seniors to stand up and show that just because we are 60 years of age, we're not ready for the rocking chair of the pasture, not by a long shot. 60 is the new 40. So come on, join us at the Goebel Senior Center. You may call them, or you can call me for information. My name again is Susan Cashman, and my number is 818-883-8975. And thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate it.
Would you like to repeat that number one more time?
Yes, my number is 818-883-8975, or call the Goebel Senior Center. They have all the information there, too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mary Leck and John Brooks.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette and City Council members. We're here to talk about Arbor Earth Day, and this is the 40th anniversary, so I thought it would be fitting to go back to the start. How did this all begin? Just momentarily, I won't take too much time. She was warning me. 40th anniversary, it was started in 1970 by Senator Gaylord Nelson. The idea first sprouted in September of 1969 when he suggested a national teach-in day to raise awareness about environmental issues. Nelson's idea was unique and revolutionary in that time, and in fact, there really were no major concerns then. The air pollution was frequently recognized as the smell of prosperity. So we've come a long way since then. April 22nd, 1970 marked the very first Earth Day, and despite its status as a new holiday, 20 million Americans celebrated. In 2007, which is the last estimates I was able to find, over 1 billion people in 174 countries participated. And I'm sure on the 40th anniversary we'll set a new record for participation. Probably not all here in Thousand Oaks, but we're going to do our part. And with that, we've got Learn to Go Green for the 13th annual City of Thousand Oaks Arbor Earth Day. You see our poster here. That was done by California Lutheran University students Carly Schmidt and Claire Witten. And on this day, it's going to be Saturday, April 24th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Caneo Creek Park. We're going to have free environmental fun for the whole family. There's more than 100 vendors and exhibitors. There's going to be animal shows. We're going to have the Ojai Raptors, the reptile family, and everybody's favorite, composting bugs. We'll also have some composting workshops and bins for sale. We're going to have hands-on children activities. There's a mobile marine lab. And we've got entertainment with Urban Dread, Dr. Wilderness, and the Caneo Drum Circle. There's going to be alternative fuel vehicles. Although Ron wouldn't get me the Tesla, we're going to have a great variety there for people to check out. There's tree and plant giveaways, scouts planting trees on site, and new this year is a food exchange. And if you bring canned foods, canned goods to donate to Food Share and take home, you can take home fresh, locally grown produce from Farm Share. It's the 40th anniversary of Earth Day, and to celebrate, we picked up some shirts here. You see the back here is the 40th anniversary. And we're going to be selling these for $10 a piece to the residents. So for $10, celebrate 40th anniversary of Earth Day with a t-shirt. And some many thanks to our sponsors, Caneo Rec and Park District, Whole Foods, Ventura County Star, Waste Management, Home Depot, KCLU, and OaksParent.com. So join us, City of Thousand Oaks Arbor Earth Day, April 24th at Caneo Creek Park. Thank you.
John,
see y'all there.
Very much. The next speaker is Aaron Kelly, followed by Mary Geese, followed by Dr. Richard Elsley.
Bill Thomas from Moore Park. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff. Obviously, I'm not Aaron Kelly, but we'll get to her.
I figured that out.
I work for the Ventura County Fire Department. I'm a firefighter paramedic here at Fire Station 31 in Thousand Oaks. I'm also the second vice president of charities for the Ventura County Professional Firefighters Association. I don't know if you remember or not, but I spoke to you in November, and at that time I was representing the Firefighters Association in that we were going to conduct our Fill the Boot campaign for the Muscular Dystrophy Association, and I'd come and asked your support back in November. And it was the first time that we did it in Thousand Oaks. And at that time, and I actually went back and looked to find out what my quote was, but I was hoping we would raise an additional maybe $5,000 to $10,000 for the Muscular Dystrophy Association by including Thousand Oaks in our efforts. I'm responsible for coordinating, getting all the firefighters out there to stand on the corners and hold the boots up and collect the money and so on and so forth. So we were in several different cities throughout the county for the first time in Thousand Oaks. We were at Westlake and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We held it on the 9th of December. We were out there for 6 hours, pouring rain. Was joined by firefighters, their families, members of staff from headquarters. It was just a fantastic turnout. There was, just some of the best support I've ever seen out there from our people. So the $5,000 that I was hoping to raise that day, of course, in the pouring rain and such, we ended up raising in the 6 hours that we're out there $23,172. This is in part because of the efforts that we did, but I think more in part because of the generosity of the citizens of Thousand Oaks. So without them, we couldn't have done it. We couldn't even come close. A tough economy. These people came out. There wasn't a lot of large bill donations. It was small bills and such, and they were just out, and their spirits were great. So to give you a little bit better background, I'm joined by Aaron Kelly, who is the fundraising coordinator for the MDA, and also Battalion Chief Winter, who himself was out there in the pouring rain. So we really owe them a lot of support, but Aaron wants to give you something here.
What I have is just a plaque recognizing the city of Thousand Oaks for, Bill summed it up great, for just your generous support. That money helps us provide services to thousands of local families living with neuromuscular diseases, from, funding our university hospital affiliated clinics to providing summer camps for children with neuromuscular diseases. We definitely couldn't do it without the support of your generous citizens and the gentleman standing behind me. So just thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And all right, thank you.
Thank you. Mary Geese, followed by Dr. Richard Elsley, followed by Matthew Beriner.
Hello. First time I've used one of these. I'm nervous. But anyway,
Please don't be nervous. You're among friends, so just relax and take it easy.
I agree. I really am.
All right.
But I would like to bring attention to a problem that I see in Thousand Oaks, and I just wrote a little blurb here. For a long time, I've had a pet peeve, and but last year I realized it doesn't have to be this way. Thousand Oaks can seem to be friendlier, more hospitable, and it can be safer, and very easily. So I'm going to point out the problem. The problem is the lack of prominent, easy-to-find address numbers on public buildings. This is troublesome for many people I talk with, but especially for visitors and seniors. It would be much safer to find a particular store, office, and business, especially on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, if address numbers were easy to find and easy to read from a moving car. As a senior who has lost her spouse, I find this poor signage especially hard because I also lost my navigator. And I miss hearing him say, "There it is." And we both cheer because finding addresses which are frequently small and in shadow is almost always a challenge in Thousand Oaks. And I can't imagine how difficult it will be for tourists to visit here to find their destinations. Last year, I experienced an example of how cities do it right. I drove south to Huntington Beach, for a funeral, and Fountain Valley for a reception. This area was all new to me, and I was apprehensive because I was alone. I had a map and directions, but when I turned off the freeway, I saw that the corner street signs had block numbers, and this was a huge help. I knew exactly where and then I drove, I'm sorry. And then I drove south on Magnolia Boulevard and Magnolia Street, and each building had a prominent and readable address number. I want to add, and it wasn't in what I had sent originally, how important it is for these address numbers to be under the signage for the store. This you might have a store signage and an address, but the time it takes to look here and find that address is critical, and it can cause an accident. Anyway, I knew exactly where I was and how far I had to go, and it felt good. Magnolia Street has several churches with impressive architecture and steeples, and even these churches had signs with addresses underneath. And when these numbers saved me the time, Anyway, I almost turned into the wrong church driveway. And because of the address, I kept going and got to the right church without making a useless left turn and then back again on the street.
Mrs. Geis, your time is up. You'll have to wrap up.
Somebody talking to me?
I'm up here. Here, me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I also have a hearing problem.
That's okay. There's a lot of that happens in here, but your time is up.
The solution could be, addresses. I sincerely hope that city council members will consider studying this problem. I know that finding a solution would be greatly appreciated by a great many residents and certainly visitors. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Richard Elsley, followed by Matthew Brenner, followed by Scott McPherson. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette, members of the council. It is my pleasure. My name is Richard Elsley. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and it is my pleasure to be here once again to tell you about the next talk in the Discovery Center's Science Speaker Series. The purpose of the Science Speaker Series is to bring in scientists who are working on important problems and, most importantly, who can describe what they're doing in a way that anybody in the general public can understand and enjoy. Our next speech is going to be next week, Thursday, April 22nd. Professor Dennis Clegg of UC Santa Barbara, Deputy Director of the UCSB Stem Cell Center, is going to be talking about the potential and the challenges of stem cell research. We all start out life as one single cell. And that cell is capable of producing all of the 210 different kinds of cells that make up our bodies. In some diseases, some of our cells can't do their job anymore. Wouldn't it be nice to make replacements? What stem cell research is doing, the goal they're going for is to take some of your cells and turn back the clock so that they again have that ability to make the kinds of cells that you need. And in that way, cure your disease, make more medical miracles like the ones we heard about earlier this evening. The talk is going to be Thursday, April 22nd, 7:30 to 9 p.m. at Baxter Biosciences in Westlake on Lakeview Canyon, just down the street from Westlake High School. You can find out more information by going to our website, sciencespeakerseries.org. That's sciencespeakerseries.org. You can buy tickets online, or you can buy them at the door. Tickets are $15 for adults, $10 for students, teachers, and seniors. So I welcome everybody to come out and hear this fascinating lecture.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elsley. Matthew Beriner, followed by Scott McPherson, followed by Kathy Carlson. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, staff. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Matt Briner, and I am a resident of Newbury Park. I'm here tonight to invite and remind all of you to come to the Ventura County Compact for Sustainable Ventura County's Sustainability Summits, which will be taking place this week and next week, and particularly here in Thousand Oaks. We'll be having one on Thursday, April 15th, from 6 o'clock p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at the California Lutheran Lundring Event Center over on West Olson Road, 60 West Olson Road in Thousand Oaks. And the purpose of the compact is to look at what will Ventura County look like with another 200,000 people. It looks out till 2035 and attempts to look at how we will grow and develop Ventura County to accommodate the future for our residents. This is a program, as you know, which is sponsored by the Ventura Council of Governments and the Alliance for the Ventura County Civic Alliance. Last fall, members of the county, residents of the county, mapped out futures for what they thought life should look like in the county in 2035. And these maps have been summarized into 3 different simulations, which show where tomorrow's residents will live, work, shop, and how they can travel around the county. I know tonight you're talking about the housing element, you're talking about transportation. So these are a great night to talk about these sustainability summits that are coming up this week. This gives an opportunity for members of the public and for you and staff members to come out to look at the different options, discuss them, learn about the consequences of each of these options, and then be able to vote and give feedback to you and other members of elected officials in the county about how we should plan our future. So again, I'm just here to ask you to join us on the sustainability summits. You can go to www.venturacountycompact.org to learn more information or to participate online. And again, I invite all the public. We want to have a very broad representation throughout the county so that we can have the best possible results. Thank you very much.
Would you care to quickly repeat Thursday night's performance in the Lundring Center?
Yes, Thursday night will be Thursday, April 15th from 6 o'clock till 8:30 p.m. at the Lundring Event Center at Cal Lutheran University, 60 West Olson Road in Thousand Oaks. And there also, again, there'll be one in Camarillo on April 14th, April 20th in Oxnard, 21st in Ventura, and on 22nd in Moore Park if you're not able to make the one in Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Scott McPherson, followed by Kathy Carlson, followed by J.C. Simmons. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Scott McPherson. I'm a 49-year resident of the City of Thousand Oaks. And what I'm bringing up is the TOMC 4-3.424, which is the oversized vehicle ordinance that has just gone into effect. I'm an owner of a small business, a plumbing company here in town. And I've been doing business in the city for 6 years, and to my surprise, one morning I left for work and came home for lunch and found out I'm all of a sudden breaking the law because my vehicle is too big. Now, according to the ordinance, my vehicle is 17 inches higher than the limit. It's not a big vehicle, it's not too wide, it's not too long. My concern is I'm also a citizen soldier. I'm a first sergeant with the California Air National Guard, so several days during the week I do have to attend to problems that show up within the National Guard community. For example, the reason I'm here today is the $100 ticket that ended up on my truck when I had to leave to go to a graduation of one of my unit members, which is one of my jobs to do. Came home after 3 days to find a $100 ticket on my truck. It was quite amazing to me to see that. I can understand the reason that this law is in place. You don't want big motor homes or oversized 16-wheel rigs on the city streets, but for me in the area that I live, which I live right off Arbel, is right next to the 23 freeway, it's very dangerous for me to pull that vehicle in and out of my driveway. The street is the safest place for me to park that vehicle. It's hard enough getting my own vehicle in there. When people come off the freeway, they don't stop. Several times I get honked at. I actually get, believe it or not, flipped off when I'm just trying to pull my normal vehicle into the driveway. So I would like the City Council to consider either amending this law or starting a certificate or a permits situation where I can, or other members within the community that have small business can get permits for their vehicles to park this. Right now that doesn't exist. I can only get a permit for 5 days and a month or a total of 10 days within a 90-day period. This doesn't always help me out. Now when I deploy, which I have done, and I'm gone for an extended period of time, for me it was Afghanistan and Iraq, I do park the vehicle off the street on the side of the house. But to do this day in and day out, it's really an inconvenience for me to run my business.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Thank you, Mr. McPherson. I'm going to ask Mr. Watkins, the Public Works Director, to talk to you when you conclude your comments. Well, you're done.
I've concluded. Thank you.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mark, would you please? Next speaker is Kathy Carlson, followed by J.C. Simmons, followed by Maria Lopez. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I'm Kathy Carlson. I've lived in Thousand Oaks since 1981. A lot of people know me as a community activist and an ombudsman for people who have problems with city government and the school district. I am here to talk to you about the problems at the Thousand Oaks City Center Neighborhood for Learning preschool. As you know, you have a contract with the state of California, a year-to-year contract, and which can be terminated if the key personnel is removed for any reason. I have your contract here. It's under, and I gave a copy to the city clerk, under Personal Services 7A, it states that Brenda Hunter, Director of the Neighborhoods for Learning Project, is deemed to be the contractor's key personnel. It says, should this individual be removed for any reason, as key personnel, the city may terminate this agreement. And she'll be leaving toward the end of this month. And so you have a choice to just stop the program, which ends June, the end of June, or you have another option. You can. The city shall be consulted on and approve the new individual appointed as key personnel by contractor. The contractor is the school district. So they've gone through a process of looking for a new director. And it appears that there's only one candidate because with the description, they only wanted it to be internal, rather than asking all the other preschool directors from around Thousand Oaks. So it appears that the person who Brenda wants to replace her has to be approved, it says, by the city, and I can't find out from the city who that is. I know Candace Hong has been your liaison, but she has a conflict of interest. She's on the board of directors for the Conejo Valley Neighborhood for Learning, so she needs to recuse herself. So that's a problem. Now, there's going to be some speakers tonight who are going to be witnesses as to what has happened with the mismanagement of that organization. As you know, they are in the red every single month, and the school district is going to get a bill in the fall. It could be tens of thousands up to $500,000. Now, I've been accused of spreading lies by the managers that are sitting up there, so I brought my daughter's Bible, and I'm here to tell you I am not lying. And I'll leave the Bible for the other witnesses, because they are not lying to you about the mismanagement. So thank you for your time tonight. They have a translator, and they'll be talking to you. Thanks.
Mrs. Carlson, that Bible is your property. Please keep it with you. I don't want the city to take on responsibility
That's fine. I'll pass it to the next
for your property
person.
being out of your dominion and control.
Got it. And I'll pass it to the next speaker.
Whatever.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
I'm sorry?
You said whatever?
No.
Did I hear you correctly? You said whatever?
I said we're done.
Or did you say something else? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
J.C. Simmons, followed by Maria Lopez, followed by Cindy Lopez.
Yes, Mayor, City Council. J.C. Simmons, 30-year resident of Thousand Oaks, a longtime president of the Conejo Valley Cycle Club. I'm now relinquished that position. I'm chairman of the Advocacy and Education Committee for them, and I come to you as usual to talk about bicycle safety. The League of American Bicyclists, I was here last year when they acknowledged you as bronze level bicycle friendly community. I'm here this year with their new directory. Thousand Oaks is still recognized as bronze. I've brought a copy for each council member. I have taken the liberty of highlighting sections in there from other cities comparable to us, to the north, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and things they've done to make their community more bicycle friendly. And I would encourage the city, I thank you for all that you've done to make Thousand Oaks a bicycle friendly community, but we need to move on to silver, gold, and ultimately platinum. A slide aside, Andy Clark, the president of the League of American Bicyclists, is coming to Thousand Oaks this Saturday to ride with one of the best clubs in the country, Canal Valley cyclists. We're going to take Andy up Rockstar for him. As you know, May is Safe Bicycling Month. We kicked that off here in Thousand Oaks with Canal Valley Cycles Cruising the Canal ride. We'll have about 1,500 cyclists come to town on a charity ride. We raise substantial money for different cycling-related charities within the community. Probably most important is Bicycles for Needy Children in the Boys and Girls Club. Then that's followed by Bike to Work Week. And on Wednesday, May 19th, we have the Ride of Silence. This is going to be meeting at 6:30 just to the west of Sears. I invite each council member to join us for this ride. It's slow, it's on level ground. We're going to ride about 10 miles. If you need a bicycle, see Mike at Newbury Park Bicycle. This is in honor of Glenn Garvin, Dr. Glenn Garvin, and Mike Mickle, who've been killed on our local streets, and the 600 cyclists that are killed every year in our country. To keep that in perspective, about 45,000 motorists are killed on our highways every year, and 300,000 people die of complications from obesity and lack of exercise. That usually doesn't happen to cyclists. So join us on the 19th for a little 10-mile ride. And of course, we wrap it up with the month with the big event on May 23rd, the Stage 8 of the Tour of California. You're going to have 250 to 500,000 people here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maria Lopez, followed by Candy Lopez, followed by Rodriguez Palma.
You should each take a mic. Mi nombre es María López, estoy hablando aquí para el programa NFL. Yo soy una mamá que constantemente estoy ayudando en la escuela.
Okay, first of all, I am Maria Lopez, and I'm part of the, I'm here to talk about the NFL manager. I am one of the mothers that is constantly helping in the school.
Pero algo que he observado, especialmente en una de las maestras, es la poca paciencia que tiene hacia los niños. Se irrita muy fácilmente.
And one thing that I have observed is that one of the teachers has little patience and to the kids, and she is irritable. She gets irritated very easily.
Pienso que otros papás han observado lo mismo, pero tienen miedo de hablar porque sus niños vayan a ser tratados de otra manera cuando los padres no estén presentes.
I think that there are other parents that feel the same way, that have observed the same things, but they are scared to come and speak, to come forward and speak because they're afraid that the kids are going to be mistreated or treated differently when the parents are not present. Sorry.
Me gustaría que
Excuse me, we're going to have to stop right here for a minute. I have to confer with the city attorney. That was a report of a criminal offense. And as far as I'm concerned, I've got to get counsel from the city attorney before we continue. So if you'd excuse me, would you explain to her, this will just take a minute and then we'll get right back.
Sí, de que el mayor tiene que checar con nuestra oficina de abogados, porque lo que acaba de decir es una ofensa. Okay. Lo van a checar y ahorita van a volver.
Okay, está bien.
All right, we will continue. If both the speaker and the translator would come back to the podium. I apologize to the speaker, but there was a point where I had to get some clarification on this before we continued. And if we can continue with the interpreter identifying who she is and who she works for and what have you, and then we'll continue with the testimony. Again, I'm sorry, but I just have to, I want to make sure that we move appropriately slowly. Please, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Claudia Pedroso. I'm a senior planner with the City of Thousand Oaks, and I'm here tonight to help translate from Spanish to English.
Thank you, Ms. Pedrosa. Would you please continue now? And clerk, would you watch the time for me, please? Thank you.
Me gustaría que checaran los reportes de accidentes en el salón.
I would like for you to check all the accident reports in the classroom.
Observo que las maestras son más amables con los papás que hablan inglés.
I have observed that the teachers are more pleasant to the parents that are English speaking.
Cuando ella les lee un libro, no muestra entusiasmo hacia los niños. Cuando la maestra les lee el libro.
When the teacher reads the books to the English speaking students, she shows more enthusiasm.
She doesn't. Ella no muestra entusiasmo.
I'm sorry, it's the opposite. When she reads the books to non-English speaking kids, she doesn't show any emotion or enthusiasm.
Yeah. Se me hace injusto que hayan despedido a una maestra cuando les dijo de los tratos que estas maestras estaban teniendo hacia los niños. Esta maestra fue despedida cuando ella quiso informar de lo que estaba pasando en el salón.
I believe that it's unfair that one of the teachers was fired because she showed concern to what was going on and she went and spoke to the management about it.
Ahora me pregunto ¿por qué la despidieron? Para mí se me hizo injusto.
She's wondering now why she was fired and she thinks that it was unfair.
Es todo. Gracias.
And that is it.
Ms. Lopez, gracias, Femi. Thank you, Claudia. Candy Lopez, followed by Laudris Palma, followed by Suzanne Duckett.
Sí, yo vengo por un problema que igual tuve con el preescolar.
She's here because she had a problem with the preschool.
Porque mi niña fue, puede decirse agredida por la maestra.
Because her daughter was, sorry, I need to think about that word. I don't want to say something that is, the teacher was unfair to her daughter.
Por una situación que ella agarró un plumón y le estuvo dando a la mesa.
Her daughter had a marker and she was tapping on the table.
Y entonces en ese momento un asistente le dijo que no lo hiciera y le pidió el plumón y ella se lo dio.
The assistant teacher came to her daughter and asked for the marker and removed the marker from the girl.
Pero aún así ella se levantó y fue y agarró la niña y se la llevó hacia su escritorio.
But even though the teacher said remove the marker, the teacher still came and got her daughter and brought her back to her desk.
Y ahí la mantuvo un bastante tiempo, cerca más de 10 minutos, y mi niña solo tiene 4 años, y según, por cada año de vida es un minuto que tiene que estar ella.
And the teacher kept her daughter at the teacher's desk for 10 minutes, and her daughter is 4 years old, and according to the rules, is basically you give a timeout of 1 minute per year of life, so she was 10 minutes instead of 4.
Y todo esto me lo dijo mi hija, y me dijo que ella la hizo sentir muy mal y la hizo llorar.
All of this my daughter told me, and she also told me that the teacher made her feel bad and made her cry.
Y que ella le estuvo haciendo en el brazo, como le estaba pegando despacio en el brazo, según mi niña.
And her daughter also said that the teacher was doing like a light spank on her arm.
y estuvo llorando y ella y desde eso ya no quiere ir, no quiso ir a la escuela, lloraba por que yo la llevara, no la llevara.
And since then, her daughter has not been wanting to go back to school, and she cries every time that she wants to take her back to school.
Cuando yo llegué a la casa, yo le miré cuando ella la tenía agarrado como un dedo, como marcado de plumón, pero yo cometí el error de borrárselo.
When she got home, she noticed that her daughter's arm had like a finger mark on her arm, but it was more like a marker mark. And but she made a mistake of washing it off instead of taking a picture first.
Does that conclude her comments?
¿Eso termina sus comentarios o tiene más comentarios?
No, y otra cosa que he mirado de que
She has more.
de que la maestra y con la ayuda de la otra maestra estaban un niño platicando con el otro y él le dijo que hablaba y ella le dijo no te importa, eso no es eso no te debe importar, no es tu business. Los demás niños empezaron a reír de él. Siento que eso no es una manera de tratar a los niños porque solo son niños de 3, 4 años.
And one of the other classmates, boys, came up and asked what was going on, and the teacher told him that it was not his business, and then all the other kids made fun of the kid that asked the question, and she doesn't think that it's fair that the kids are treated that way because you're talking to 3- and 4-year-old kids.
Porque yo hablé con la directora Brenda y ellos estuvieron platicando conmigo con la maestra y dicen que no, que eso lo que hizo la niña no es verdad.
And then she spoke to the director, Brenda, and they had a meeting with the director, the teacher, and herself, and the teacher said, la maestra.
La maestra dice que no.
La maestra, sorry. The teacher said that it was not, that her daughter was lying, that it was not true.
Okay.
Obviamente porque solo tiene 4 años, ella no sabe que es una mentira.
And she's saying that her daughter is only 4 years old, so she doesn't know how to lie or what's a lie.
I understand. We're going to have to conclude. I've allowed extra time because of the translation delay, but would you please tell her we're going to have to wrap up? Her time is up.
Se le ha acabado el tiempo, tiene que terminar ya. No tiene nada concluso. That's it.
Gracias. One moment, please, Ms. Lopez. Mrs. Bill de la Pena.
Thank you. Señora, voy a preguntar una pregunta en inglés primero para usted. I would like to, if you could translate for her so that everyone can understand, is if her daughter told her the story, how was the child able to estimate a time frame of 10 minutes versus 4 minutes?
La señora de la Peña está preguntando que cómo sabe, si la niña nada más tiene 4 años, ¿cómo ella pudo saber que eran 10 minutos lo que estuvo parada?
Mira, ella me dijo que es un tiempo, me dijo mucho rato, me dijo. Entonces cuando yo hablé con la directora, con la asistente, con la coordinadora y la maestra, me dijeron que era como alrededor de 7 minutos.
That her daughter mentioned that she had been there for a long time, and when she had the meeting with the director, the coordinator, and the teacher said that she kept the child between about 7 minutes.
¿Y su hija ya no está en la escuela? Your daughter is no longer in school?
Sí, yo la llevo, pero ella me dijo que no pueden hacer nada, ni me podían cambiar a otro lugar, ni podrían quitar a la maestra. Yo voy y me quedo, ella a veces a diario, a veces a quedarme 1 hora, 1 hora y media para ver cómo es que están tratando a los niños. Porque no.
Claudia, would you ask her please to get closer to the microphone so that we...
Sorry.
Thank you. Gracias.
Okay, she's saying that she still takes the daughter every day to the preschool, that she was told that she cannot be changed into another preschool, and she usually stays for about 1 hour and a half, waiting, making sure that she's been treated correctly, the daughter.
Muchas gracias, ya no tengo otras preguntas.
Okay, gracias. All right. Lourdes Palma, followed by Suzanne Duckett, followed by Nick Kidwai. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Lourdes Palma, but right now I want to speak in my own language, is Spanish. I feel more comfortable. Estoy aquí para decirles, o sea, mis sentimientos. Ya una vez vine hace mes y medio más o menos de que fui despedida del City Center por discriminación que me hicieron.
I'm here speaking as I had been here before about a month and a half, and to speak about how I was fired from my job based on discrimination.
Porque la maestra con la que yo trabajaba es güera. Ella siempre iba a la oficina y les gritaba al modo que estaban manejando el programa y no le gustaba. Yo nunca hice ningún complaint y a ella pues no la despidieron, a mí fue la que me despidieron.
Okay, thanks. She was saying that she was working with an American teacher, and that teacher was the one that would go into the office and complain about the program and about the things that she didn't like, how they were being done. However, she was not fired. The American teacher was not fired. Instead, she was fired, and she never complained.
Cuando me hicieron mi review fue fantástico, no tuve ningún problema ni nada que, o sea, mejorar.
When she was reviewed by the supervisors, she had great reviews and there was no complaints and there was nothing that she needed to improve.
El único motivo fue que yo le dije a una mamá que su niño no comía y pues que viera en la oficina qué comida podía llevar porque el niño tenía 2 semanas sin comer absolutamente nada.
The only thing she can think of is that she told one of the parents that she was concerned about her child that had not been eating for 2 weeks, and then she advised the parent to go to the office and find out what kind of food she could bring in to her child.
Tuve un meeting con la assistant director y mi supervisora y me dijeron que por qué le había dicho a la mamá y yo le dije que yo me sentía muy mal, que el niño no comía.
And she had a meeting then with the director and her supervisor, and they asked her how come she told the parent to bring food to the child, and she responded that she was concerned about the child's health because he hadn't been eating for 2 weeks.
Ellas me dijeron que esos sentimientos los tenía que dejar afuera y ahí tenía que actuar como una maestra.
And they told her that she should leave her feelings outside the door, and that she should be a teacher when she's on campus.
Eso, o sea, me hizo sentir muy mal porque soy madre y creo que ustedes también, y cómo van a sentirse que cuando su hijo está de 8 de la mañana a 5 de la tarde sin comer absolutamente nada.
That made her feel bad because as a mother and as you as a parent also could relate that, how can you have a child go on that long from 8 in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon without any food?
So, hace un mes y medio que vine, me dijeron que iban a investigar. Hasta ahorita no he recibido ni una llamada ni nada por el estilo.
When she was here a month and a half ago, she was told that there was going to be an investigation, and so far she has not received any letters or nobody has contacted her about this matter.
Eso es todo, gracias.
That's it.
Gracias, Señora Palma. Claudia, I believe that's it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Suzanne Duckett, followed by Nick Kidwai.
Good evening, Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. Recently, I did use the volunteer policing myself, so I want to thank the volunteers who do the policing. They were excellent. They did a great job, so thank you. Volunteer policing. The next group of volunteers that I would like to thank are the library volunteers. At Christmas time, I bought numerous gifts. For Christmas, I bought a baby gift and a birthday gift, and those volunteers worked right up to Christmas, so I want to thank the volunteers at the library, at TO Library. The 2 reasons I came tonight, number 1 is, now I did not get approval from my board, so I'm here to speak personally about the cleanup day that the city affords all of us citizens here in Thousand Oaks, and I want to thank you for the cleanup day, or the dumpster day, as I call it. The city workers, the city the people who work for the city, who do that job, or who oversee that job, were professional, very cordial, and pleasant. So I want to thank all of them for helping me get through all that. And it's a good program. I want to be sure that the city continues with that program. It is a program that's very worthwhile, in my opinion. The second reason I came tonight was because I'm not real happy with the traffic department. And apparently, a lot of the lights have been changed over the last several months along Moore Park and along Lynn and Hillcrest and Teal Boulevard, and everybody is stopped there for long periods of time, and I would like those signals to be reevaluated. Everybody makes fun of women putting on makeup, and now we have time to do our fingernails and our toenails at these lights, and I have found out that it is not against the law to drive without clothes. So, we don't want to get into people dressing at these signals. So if you want a whole new brand, a whole new meaning for branding of TO Thousand Oaks, the city of Thousand Oaks, I would like to have the signals revisited and those changed back to the way they were. Thank you.
Ms. Duckett, could I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
The trash cleanup day that you referred to was in the Central Thousand Oaks Homeowners Association area of Thousand Oaks, around general area around Los Robles Hospital. Do you have any sense for what the volume was that was collected on that one day?
Well, I was going to put that in like a report. I was going to go back to the board and ask if I could come give you guys a report on the tonnage and all of that, and thank all of the volunteers who manned those 6 locations. So I would like to come back with a report because it was very worthwhile.
That'll be fine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Nick Kidwai, followed by Jennifer Kerr, followed by Brenda Hunter. Good evening, Mr. Kidwai.
Good evening, Mayor. I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidwai. I'm resident of Newbury Park. And last time, Dr. Glancy, I checked, still Director of Concerned Citizens of Thousand Oaks. I remember lately the Mayor has been congratulating staff for the great finance reports. But I would like to inform the City Council, if they don't know it, that the city failed to catch $850,000 that over a 10-year period that was owed from the county in wrongful accounting for library fees. And the Board of Supervisors voted to give that money to the city today. You're staring at me, Mayor. Something unusual I said?
No, I'm just following your reasoning.
Okay, thank you.
The responsibility for that contract that you put it on, it was the city's responsibility.
Yeah, and the city...
I see. Okay, please continue.
The city did not follow up, and I didn't bring the report with me, but if the staff has an extra copy of the Bible, I'm, just like the last speakers, willing to put my hand on the Bible to say that I'm telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me, Lord. Dear Lord, thank you. If TOTV will show the city's website, that's the calendar that's on the website. I've been fighting to make sure that it is accurate. The City Council and planning meetings are there, but the City Council made a big point that the Auto Mall committee should be open, transparent. We've had 2 meetings. I've asked staff, they still don't put it on the agenda, and I showed you the calendar. I sent an email even this morning to the mayor, staff, no courtesy of even a reply. I mean, if there was a Bible, I would put my hand on it again. I'd like to show you some of the renderings for the new Auto Mall signs. That's one of them. The suggestion is 35 feet tall, with a TV monitor, like this one. So I would implore citizens to come to the meeting. It's open. Nothing is firm right now. And at the last meeting, there were 4 citizens that showed up, despite no publicity. The papers don't seem to care about it anymore. I mean, if you want this city to be like Longo, Toyota in El Monte or Oxnard, I mean, so be it. It's horrible. I mean, I love the volunteers that were appreciated, but the annual dinner for the volunteers has been cut to save $10,000. So has the night out for crime. Assistant City Sheriff told me that this was for 1 year only. I don't think it's coming back this year. Yet the top city brass has just taken a freeze and not taken a cutback in salaries. That's what is really needed. And city has money to spend $3.2 million to buy more property without even a plan. I mean, Lord help us.
Thank you, Mr. Kidway.
You're most welcome.
Jennifer Kerr, followed by Brenda Hunter. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor, City Council members and staff. My name is Jennifer Kerr, and I'm a resident here at Thousand Oaks. I'm actually reading on behalf of my husband, and this is his speech, since he's at home in bed with the flu, I'm afraid. We thought it best for him to stay in our house. I've come here to speak to you about the NFL City Center and to support Lourdes Palma, or Teacher Lulu, as she's known to my son Marshall. My experience with the NFL program began at the university site in 2008. I liked the program and the teaching staff. When my wife and I made the decision to seek a full-time program for Marshall in 2009, the NFL City Center was a natural choice. At the information night, we were told that the program would cost 10% below market. We were hopeful. Instead, the program was more like 10% over market compared to like the Community Montessori, Roots and Wings, and other private preschools. So initially we declined because we felt the program was a good fit for us, we bore the $925 a month plus supplies expense. It wasn't easy for us. Again, we were happy with the teaching staff, Teacher Shelley and Teacher Lulu, but we couldn't help noticing how empty the place was. There were only 15 children when we showed up in July, and we came back in August, and there were only a few more. We began to question the wisdom of the top management. Still, the teachers were good, and Marshall was learning and was very happy. Then, on January 15th, Teacher Lulu's employment was terminated. I spoke, too, at the CVSD board to vouch for her skill and her dedication to the children in her care. From here, the classroom environment quickly deteriorated. In the immediate aftermath, Spanish-only speaking children had no one to communicate with, and the room environment became very stressful. With Lulu's departure, some of the teaching materials and learning went with her, and I've since learned that many of the items being purchased and were being provided to the children were out of the pockets of the teachers. Next, management made the decision to move toddlers into the preschool room. Now the environment and the routine that Shelley and Teacher Lulu had created was gone, and the learning with it. February 1, we gave our notice, and we left at the end of that month. Teacher Shelley Collins left at the end of March. Apparently not the best working environment either. Mismanagement, when asked for my reasons for leaving, I'm kind of paranoid with the light, I responded that they were monetary, but obviously expense corresponds to value, and the value to the quality of management. I didn't mention my concern about the management because I was deeply concerned about reprisals towards the teaching staff. Mismanagement was manifest in an environment where experienced professionals allied with the children's interests should find themselves in conflict with an unsupportive management. Whatever the issues with staff were not resolved judiciously, and I encourage you to examine the city's providing oversight and the ongoing management of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Brenda Hunter. Good evening, Ms. Hunter.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette, council members, staff, and the community. My name is Brenda Hunter, and I am the Executive Director of Conejo Valley Neighborhood for Learning and a resident of Thousand Oaks. One thing I do want to say real quick is that I have not been removed as director. I'm choosing to retire because my work at CVNFL is complete and I'm leaving it in good standing. So I wanted to make that public announcement. And I'm here tonight for you to help celebrate in the successes that we've had in a very short time at CVNFL, and to absolutely thank you for entrusting us as part of the school district with the state preschool contract and the management of the city center facility. We have been based in high integrity, using character counts, as I've mentioned before. And I would like to thank Kathy Carlson and her followers, because with this aggressive objector, I think that with her statements and lack of information, and please be noted that she has never once called me for correct information, but the beauty of it is that we have, it has served us well to strengthen our resolve of NFL to remain in integrity and to keep our focus on truth and knowledge that right prevails, to be transparent at all times, and to remain true to our philosophy that we do hard work. Our philosophy and our interest is on families and children. I wasn't about to rebel-rouse a bunch of parents to be here tonight because they have more important things to do, like being at home with their children in the evenings, and we also had a dad's group going on and a parent advisory council at the same time. And so this actions that we have taken has really given us many opportunities to demonstrate the high standards of NFL. I think it's important for you to know that within less than a year of starting the new business, we have now a great ethical, educated staff, 48% of which is non-white. Each day at the City Center, we serve 102 children, and at our other sites, an additional 181 children. That's close to 300 children a day. Our state's preschool has been full since July. Our market rate program, which does have 80 spots, we currently have 42, with 12 more that are registered and paid for, making it 68% full in less than a year of starting a new business in this economic day. So I think that is quite successful. We've been visited by our state consultant, who has stated she was impressed with our how far along we are and the good work that's being done. And we're recognized on several different committees. So I just wanted to say that I am retiring this month. The school district is following their procedure in hiring, and I wanted to say thank you for entrusting us and for providing the community with this opportunity. I appreciate it greatly.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hunter, and all the very best in your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our, City Clerk, was that it? That concludes our speakers under public comment section of the agenda. Mr. Mitnick, City Manager, do you have a response to any of the comments?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we had a speaker who raised some concerns about the size of the addresses and on the curbs and the signs for businesses. Staff will follow up with her. We've had some, at least I think 1 or 2 meetings or discussions with her, and we will continue to do that, and we'll update the council accordingly. With respect to the child care center, I had a number of speakers, and I'd like to remind the council that the Assistant City Manager did do an update memo for the council, and that is available to anybody who would like a copy. So if any of the speakers are interested in obtaining a copy of that, please contact Candy Hong, our Assistant City Manager. She'll provide that to you. And to reiterate the main points in the memo, staff from the city has investigated the allegations made before. Many were repeated here tonight, and staff from the city has worked with staff from the school district, and I think even the park district as appropriate, and did not find well, the memo sort of speaks for itself. We did not find that the allegations more substantial, if you will. As far as the personnel issue, these are sensitive matters. They're not part of the city council purview in terms of relationships between the parents and the teachers, or the children and the teachers. That is really a matter between the school district and the employee or employees. So we're not to weigh in on that. Remember, our responsibility is to administer the grant, the state grant for the lower income families, as well as to manage the school facility. I want to also remind the council that we have also talked to, when I say we, I mean staff, has also talked with staff from the applicable state agency or agencies, and we're very comfortable with the monitoring and the effort there, and we have received positive feedback from the state agencies. Also, the financial situation for the school or for the child care facility is actually improving. The estimated operating deficit, because remember, we're dealing with a new program, a new facility, the deficit has actually been reduced. It was running about $100,000 a year as of December 31st. Now it looks like it's down to $33,000, and recently at least 16 new families have enrolled in the program as a result of an open house that was held at the school recently. So there's a lot of good news here, and as Ms. Hunter had commented, we'll continue to work cooperatively, and as these allegations are repeated here at the city council meetings, we'll continue to follow up accordingly. If you have any other questions, staff will be available to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. We'll move to item 7, City Redevelopment Agency Consent Calendar. Discussion and pleasure of the council. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move consent.
Motion to move. Comments to the motion? Sorry. Thank you. I'll hold up on taking an action on consent. I have one speaker card, Mr. Kidwai.
Mayor, it is so difficult to know that a citizen might speak on the consent calendar. Nick Kidwai, resident from Newbury Park. Dr. Glancy, job security for being Director of Concerned Citizens so long as these things don't change. I'll read from your agenda that you post as to what consent calendar is supposed to be, because some people think that maybe I'm nuts, and quote from your record, matters listed on consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be approved in one motion as recommended. There will be no separate discussion unless council member directs staff for separate discussion prior to approval. Used to be that a citizen, if he spoke, could have an effect on the consent calendar, but that has been changed, I guess. The law maybe allows that. I don't really know. I want to speak on your minutes. I do appreciate that the draft minutes are on the agenda and one can download them, and there's a binder too, but the good old days of having extra copies, I mean, we don't want to spend the city money on printed copies. The minutes are disgraceful still. I mean, it was great to see, ladies being translated and all that, but in the minutes there will be nothing. I just want to read the public comment section from March 9th council meeting. Al Yanez, city unknown. Richard L.C., Thousand Oaks. Jim Hagland, Thousand Oaks. Peter Lyons, La Cañada. Israel Contreras, Thousand Oaks. Kathy Carlson, Thousand Oaks. Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. I mean, if somebody wants to find out what went in the meeting, I mean, this is completely, it's stupid. It's disgusting. It's un-American. I mean, this is the record from December 7th, 1993, when from the city council meeting on the Auto Mall sign. When there used to be a lot of people, you used to do the same thing, but if there were 7 or 8 people, you would put what was put there. The problem is, like right now we have the Auto Mall hearing, like I mentioned, there's no record available as to what was said, because the transcripts are available only for 90 days or 60 days. The video, of course, is destroyed. And so there was some very valuable testimony that was given, and that will refute what some of the council people said. But it's not available. And it is very sad that all the minutes from 1965 are available thanks to the city clerk, and the minutes are up until 5-6 years ago. It's like reading a storybook about the city, except now it's so bland. Maybe you will change it. And like I said, the consent calendar is supposed to not have things like the library that you have over here, which is great that the city will get the $850,000 plus you'll spend money on these materials on number F and G. But there should be a report on the library. It should not be under the consent calendar. It's not routine. Just like the stimulus package, it needs to be advertised. People think money is not coming over here. Attachment number 1 on page 101 gives $10.8 million was awarded for the grant summary, and the project summary was $900,000 for water, $1.2 million for energy. People need to know this. I mean, I don't know.
I assume you're through, Mr. Kidway? Thank you. We have a motion and no comment to the motion on on consent. Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 8, we have a study session. Item 8A, transit study session. Mr. Mark Watkins, Public Works Director, this is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Gillette, members of City Council, members of the public. This transportation study session is something that the City Council holds every several years. Last year during the Council's goal-setting session, this was one of the items that the City Council put down as one of its goals, was to hold a transportation study session once again. With me here on the dais, I have Darren Kettle. Mr. Kettle is the Executive Director for the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and also Mike Hauser, and Mike is the city's program manager for all our transportation programs. Also with us here in the audience, we have Nate Smith. Mr. Smith is the Western Region President for MV Transportation, and also Angel Arizola. Mr. Arizola is the local General Manager for MV Transportation, running all of the facilities within the Thousand Oaks area. And I'd also like to point out that Vic Cammey is here. Mr. Cammey is also with Ventura County Transportation Commission, so I appreciate the support, all of our partners being here with us this evening. Just very quickly, I'm going to go through some background and history on the transportation system. I'll turn it over to Mr. Kettle to give more of a regional perspective, and then Mr. Hauser is going to talk about the specifics on our system. And then what we're really interested in is some input from both the residents and the City Council on program goals and some recommended changes to both the dial ride and the fixed route. For this session, there was a fair amount of outreach done, from flyers on buses, transportation center, through the website, other types of outreach trying to reach those who would have interest. City Council does have adopted transportation goals and policies. These are the ones that we use to guide us as we make these recommended changes. Quick history, we've been in operation for about 25 years with the fixed route service, starting in 1985, just a few years less with the dollar ride service. Any number of changes over those years, including most recently, a couple of years ago, the opening of the new transportation center and the addition of 4 new buses. The primary components of our transportation system include these 6 that we've got listed here. The first 3, which is the fixed route, the ADA, and the dollar ride, are really the subject of this evening's discussion. But the other 4 are just worthy of mention very quickly, and that's the transportation center, since it acts really as the regional hub, the city's carpool vanpool program, and the Traffic and Transportation Advisory Commission. At the city's transportation center, we do get Vista 101, Vista East, the Canal Connection, MTA, LA DOT, and then we've got the carpool vanpool parking. So that really is the hub for this area and allows people to connect with various regional transportation options. And then the city carpool vanpool program, I'll mention just briefly. It's really not part of tonight's discussions, but it is something the City Council should be very proud of, because we've got a very high percentage of employees that use the carpool vanpool program. It's all alternative fuel vehicles. The employees pay a share of all the operating costs. We've been very successful in getting grants for the vehicles themselves, and we get the Platinum Rideshare Awards from AAA on a regular and recurring basis. And so with that, just kind of opening comments, looking at challenges within Thousand Oaks, very successful transit systems work well where you have a very dense population, high parking costs, a gridded street system, and a centralized business core. And those are all things that Thousand Oaks does not have. And so it's going to be the opposite being the case. It's a challenge serving the residents and the businesses within Thousand Oaks. And City Council has discussed these challenges in the past. There's a number of options for people locally, from privately owned vehicles to private for hire companies, taxis, shuttles, charters, specialized services. There's a number of condominiums and retirement homes and retirement condominiums that offer transportation as part of their fees, and so there's transit vans that are available for folks. And then finally, you've got the publicly operated services, and that is the area that we fit. And so part of our goal is to figure out where it is we fit within this myriad of transit opportunities and try to do that to the best we can and for those that we serve. And so with that, I'm going to let Mr. Kettle take over, go through some of the regional issues, and then we'll pass it on to Mr. Hauser.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mayor Gillette, or Chairman Gillette, as I get to call you the first Friday of every month.
Good evening, Mr. Kettle.
And members of the council. Let me first thank the city for asking us to be here and acknowledge Mayor Gillette's participation with the commission. Mayor Gillette has gone through the ranks and now serves as our chair. And having the mayor serve as our chair, particularly when we go back to Washington, D.C., and we're able to work cooperatively on key transportation programs, be they transit, which is the purpose of the discussion tonight, but as it relates to our highway programs as well, as has been discussed on a number of occasions, the mayor and I were back serving in our capacities with the Transportation Commission, advocating for a vitally important regional project, the 101-23 interchange, earlier back in March. And when you have the opportunity to work as a county with your local communities, that advocacy is something that is always appreciated, not just by us, the staff at the commission, but ultimately, given the nature of regional projects, will be appreciated once the project's able to get to construction by the entire county. Just a little bit of background, of course, about the commission. I think the commission, the council is probably familiar with some of the roles we play as it relates to highway programs. We generally are the recipient of highway money, and we get to distribute it to various projects. Most recently, we were celebrating the groundbreaking of completion of the 118 project through Simi Valley, but also most recently, your council took action to award a design contract with the private consulting firm for the design of the 101-23 interchange project. And that's a first to have a major freeway system interchange project move forward with a private consultant for the purposes of design so that we can get that project shelf ready. And if there's ever a stimulus 2 or some other program that federal highway funds come to Ventura County, it'll be a project that's ready to go to construction. We also serve as the call box agency for Ventura County. Of course, we do regional transportation planning. That is part of our bread and butter. And we also serve as the carpool agency, working with large employers in Ventura County to try to structure a carpool program. So we truly are a multimodal agency. But of course, the purpose of this evening's discussion is to talk a little bit more about transit. My role here is to look at it from a county-wide perspective, and I'd even go so far as to say talk about Southern California perspective. As we move through the slide presentation, let me first reference the fact that when it comes to transit in Ventura County, we've done some polling ourselves recently. I don't think it's going to come as a big surprise that many of our riders don't see that transit works well for them. We have, and I'll get to this shortly, we have 7 different fixed route transit systems in Ventura County, a multitude of dial-a-ride services, and for the rider who wants to use transit, it is not always the most intuitive system to use. So we have clearly in Ventura County some challenges that relates to the multiple systems that serve different communities, and I'll touch on that shortly. Another item that is very, very current is Senate Bill 716, and this council may have heard of the discussion about Senate Bill 716, but in Ventura County, many of you are going to be familiar with the term Transportation Development Act funding. It's the funding that first goes to transit in Ventura County, and then if we've solved our transit problems, it can go to local streets and roads. Well, Ventura County is the only county in Southern California that has typically used that money first for transit, but had something left over for roads. The state legislature said that for all intents and purposes, that's not going to happen anymore. Senate Bill 716 gives Ventura County several years to figure out how do we serve our transit riders, be it choice riders or transit dependent, over the course of how do we take that funding to use it for the purposes of providing transit service to both choice riders and, again, transit dependent riders. The Commission has authorized a study to move forward over the course of the next 18 months to work with all of our operators. I mentioned the 7 different fixed routes, but as important as those transit operators are, working with every city council and the ridership community about how do we make transit work in Ventura County. We've used the term reinvent transit. We have a couple different areas where transit just doesn't make sense, funding being just one of the many areas. But as we look at the nature of the organizational structure, it also, again, brings to mind, how do we make this work for the transit rider that wants to use the system? The next item that we'll be spending some time on over the course of the next several years as we look at transit from a regional perspective is Senate Bill 375. I'm sure that this council has heard Senate Bill 375 over and over and over again. It is a law that we're going to have to address in Southern California. The Commission, and when I wear my other hat as the Executive Director of the Ventura Council of Governments, we'll be working on a plan that addresses how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions that come about from light-duty vehicles, your cars and light-duty trucks. The fact, though, is, as it relates to Senate Bill 375, the quickest and easiest way to reduce vehicle miles traveled is to invest in transit. It is identified through most strategies as being the quickest way to get people out of their cars. Long term, there may be chances to see opportunities to see the land use change that allows for a reduction in vehicle miles traveled. But the very, very first step is investing more in transit. Of course, the biggest question when you start talking about Senate Bill 716 or Senate Bill 375 and the fact that we have transit that works for some but not for all is how are we going to pay for it? And that'll be a question in Ventura County that is probably a bit more difficult than what we find in some of the other counties in Southern California. Moving on to the next slide, let me just touch real quickly on the transit funding challenge in Ventura County. For the past couple of years, I've been with VCTC now for about 2.5 years. We have dealt with minimally a volatile environment, and we continue to deal with that, albeit and recognizing that each year the funding scenario changes. We call it the on-again, off-again of state transit assistance. There's a funding program that has been funded through is funded through the state that has a program called State Transit Assistance. VCTC has typically used that money to fund our Metrolink system. And I will get into a little bit more about Metrolink here in a bit, again talking about the regional nature of how VCTC handles transit. So we've had on-again, off-again nature of state transit assistance. We went for a couple of years without receiving any funding, and most recently the governor's trailer bill for the budget funded state transit assistance for the next 2 years to the tune of about $4.4 million to VCTC for transit-related services. Now, the problem, of course, we have with that is we say, well, $4.4 million over 2 years is better than where we were seeing substantially less than that. But the nature of the state budget and the budget trailer bill was such that 2 years from now, it only takes a simple majority of the state legislature and a governor's signature to overturn that same allocation. So when we talk about needing to fund transit in Ventura County and we use STA, State Transit Assistance, to fund Metrolink, we're funding a program that may not be from a sustainable funding source. That'll be a question that the Commission will struggle with as we go through the studies that we look at as how do we fund transit long term. Secondly, the recession. You have experienced this with your sales tax loss in Thousand Oaks, albeit the fact that Thousand Oaks is a great generator of sales tax revenues. In Ventura County, we have seen in my 2.5 years a near 30% reduction in Transportation Development Act funds. We were at $31.8 million 2 years ago. Our current estimate for the current year is $22.9 million, a 1/3 drop in the funding source that has typically funded bus transit services in Ventura County. Most recently, the Obama administration has released its transit budget, and for the very first time, there is a, albeit small, reduction in federal funding to transit. It amounts to about 2%, but typically we have seen increases of 2 to 3% of Federal Transit Administration funds, and this goes back to how the Federal Highway Trust Fund and how the Federal Transit Account is funded using gas tax dollars. So we've continued to have that issue on the federal side. And just as a quick aside, in Ventura County, we do not have a locally approved measure for transportation funding to fund transit or transportation services like the other Southern California counties. So we do not have that local source of revenue to fund transit services, be it bus or rail. All that being said, in recognizing the questionable sustainability of our ongoing system, we have been able to make it through the last 2.5 years with minimal cuts to transit services. We have seen some fare increases in some of our transit systems, including our Vista intercity or inter-county services that go to Santa Barbara or go to Los Angeles County. Our neighbors, Orange County, has seen a 30% reduction over the course of, actually will see a 30% reduction in their service, their transit services. Los Angeles County is talking about a 20% reduction in transit services in their county. We have been able to stem that tide, but it will not be sustainable for the long term. It's a tribute to the Commission and all of the providers in Ventura County that we've been able to keep the system moving without substantial fare increases or significant service cuts. Recently, you did probably hear about some of the Metrolink cuts that are being discussed, or that have been approved, in fact, where midday trains to Moore Park are having to be reduced due to cost issues relative to Metrolink. Metrolink will be considering fare adjustments, which is a kind way of saying fare increases, either later this month or in May. So that's a little bit about the funding situation for Ventura County and its transit systems. I mentioned that as VCTC, we do operate the Vista Intercity service. You can see on the PowerPoint the number of routes that Vista serves. The Vista 101, which goes from Ventura to Thousand Oaks, Vista East, which is Thousand Oaks to Simi Valley, the Conejo Connection, which is for all intents and purposes an extension of 101. It just continues on down the Conejo Valley towards Warner Center. The Vista 126 route, which might be a surprise, but is one of our most successful routes that stretches from Fillmore to the city of San Buenaventura. The Coastal Connection, where we have tremendous ridership that goes from, for all intents and purposes, from Oxnard to Santa Barbara. One of the best transit routes in probably all of the country, for that matter, when it comes to rubber tire transit, with a fare box recovery of 60%, which is unheard of in transit. We have what we call, it's the Cal State University Channel Islands Shuttle, and then we also operate the dial-a-ride services in Fillmore and Santa Paula. I mentioned that VCTC is one of the is a partner in the Metrolink system. We are one of 5 counties, along with Los Angeles, Orange, San Bernardino, and Riverside. We are a contributor to the Metrolink system. And at this point, I think it's appropriate to say, just real briefly, on the Metrolink system, is that this goes back to the funding equation. Ventura County does not control its own destiny when it comes to the Metrolink system. We actually put extra capital money that we receive through the Federal Transit Administration into Metrolink, and we swap it, of all things, with Los Angeles County's half-cent sales tax for transportation to fund operations costs. LA County has been dealing with the same situation as it relates to sales taxes as Ventura County. And they are dangerously close from being able to do the swap that we've been able to structure, that have been able to keep our partnership in the Metrolink system. I've been assured this year by LA County Metro CEO Art Leahy that we're going to be able to keep that partnership going, but there are no guarantees in the future as Metrolink's costs continue to increase, and LA Metro's operations costs continue to increase as well as they operate their larger system. But the good news is that Metrolink will continue, at least for the time being. Moving quickly into the nature of our Vista Intercity services, I think it's safe to say that generally our intercity services that serve the Thousand Oaks community are really very successful by most measures of transit. To look at fare box return and see figures that are as high as 30% is a testament to the nature of the program and both the ridership, but also the nature of how the VISTA system works. For those of you that aren't aware, while we are the operator of the system, obviously we receive contributions from all of the local jurisdictions along the corridor, but it is a private contractor that runs that system under contract to VCTC. So we were able to get a very positive program to work with that private operator, and we continue to enjoy that. We've been able to do that, keep our costs down, and for that reason we see fare box recovery that you see there. Lastly, as part of my discussion, and then I'll be happy to answer questions unless there's, I don't know, Mark, what goes on next. But what we do have is just talking briefly about the various various funding sources that we have to operate our transit system. We've talked about the Federal Transit Administration funds. Those come from both population and the nature of the service miles that our systems, all of our systems operate, including VISTA. It's, I think, an interesting side note that the Metrolink system currently generates more money than we pay Metrolink. So while Metrolink operates a great deal of miles in Ventura County, we've actually been able to use the money that Metrolink generates to fund Vista Intercity service, as well as some of our dial-a-ride services in Santa Paula and Fillmore. I mentioned the fact that the status quo is not sustainable. As Metrolink costs continue to increase incrementally, and we lose the benefit of stimulus funds, we are going to be at a point where the Metrolink dollars that are generated by Metrolink are going to have to go back to Metrolink. If that happens, that obviously ripples over the entire transit system in Ventura County, including the VISTA systems, as well as local operators who've been receiving other FTA funds. I mentioned stimulus dollars. We were able to use stimulus dollars to backstop a couple of areas as it relates to operations, as it was allowed under the federal law, under the stimulus. There's various federal grants, but generally those are smaller. I mentioned on the state side, we've got the Transportation Development Act, which is the quarter-cent sales tax statewide that funds transit first, and then local streets and roads. State transit assistance that is volatile. Proposition 1B, which the voters approved in 2006, but due to the state's budget situation, much of the funding that was supposed to go to transit has been locked up because of the state's inability to sell debt to allow those funds to flow. In Ventura County, we used stimulus funds to fund the programs that would have otherwise been funded out of Prop 1B, so at least we were able to keep all of our systems, including Thousand Oaks Transit, being able to buy new capital equipment. But once Prop 1B funds do start to flow again, we will have that revenue stream for capital. And the local section is certainly more for your city staff, but what I will say is that generally where you see these programs, we are doing well on the capital side. When it comes to purchasing buses, purchasing equipment, Ventura County is in pretty good shape. When it comes to maintaining the portion of the rail line that VCTC owns from Moore Park to Los Angeles County line, we're in pretty good shape. When it comes to the capital contribution that we have to make to Metrolink, we're in pretty good shape. When it comes to operational costs for all of our systems are tenuous at best. We've lost 1/3 of the revenue stream that we had through TDA, and state transit assistance, again, is nothing to be counted on. That program, funding operation costs for transit in this county, is going to be something that challenges you as a local operator and the commission as it deals with regional transit programs, and how do we make this work with increasing expectations of how a system's supposed to work under Senate Bill 716 and Senate Bill 375, and again with a decreasing revenue. So that's my presentation as it relates to the county-wide program, and with that, Mr. Watkins, I'll follow your lead.
Thank you, Mr. Kettle. What we're going to do next, Council, is with that overview, with those funding sources, go specifically into how that's affecting Thousand Oaks. Some of the numbers that we're seeing, both ridership numbers, trends, and some of those budget numbers, and following up by finishing with our action plan.
Mark, could I just ask you, please, to see, with that first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Kettle. I appreciate that. Do any of the council members have any questions that they'd like to ask Mr. Kettle since he's here and he's completed his presentation? Anything? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to provide that opportunity. Mark, please.
Sure. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Hauser to go through the city system now.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'll start off my portion of the presentation by saying that the state of transit in Thousand Oaks is good. Thousand Oaks provides a good quality service to residents. Residents are generally happy with the quality of the service that's provided, and the contractor has met all of our performance goals that we've set forth in the contract. I would like to say that there is a great myth about transit and transit operations, and one of those is that the fare that riders pay cover the cost of the service. And that is in fact not the case. Generally speaking, the fare pays only a small portion of the total cost of the service. In the case of Thousand Oaks, that cost is approximately 14% for the bus service and approximately 6% for the dial-a-ride service. When we look at our total ridership for the last 4 years, our ridership for bus service has remained fairly consistent around 180 to 185,000 riders. On the other hand, our dial-a-ride service for seniors has seen a decrease in ridership in the last 2 years, but we are projecting a 3.3% increase for this fiscal year. The biggest change, though, for us has been in our ADA service. The ADA service is up over 22% this year from last year and is up nearly 60% from just 5 years ago. We offer bus service Monday through Friday, and we do that on 4 routes. We have 42 bus shelters in the community and make more than 120 scheduled stops throughout the day. Our senior dial-a-ride service is operated 7 days a week. We offer the service for those that are age 62 and older. That age range in the county is anywhere from 50 to 65, depending on which community you live in. And last fiscal year, we provided just over 41,000 rides to our seniors. And as I had mentioned before, our request for service is up 3.3% this year. Our ADA service is required because we offer bus service. It's a complimentary service to the fixed route. We offer it at exactly the same days and times that the bus service is offered. And we also offer it on weekends, even though we are not required by law to do so. We provided over 32,000 rides to the disabled last year, including over 3,000 rides that were intercity connections to other communities or to LA County. And as I had mentioned, the request for services is up over 22% from the last fiscal year. Now, there are certain advantages to an operator to have people riding the bus instead of a dial-a-ride or ADA system. It provides for consistent budgeting. Buses are able to handle increases in passenger traffic without a corresponding increase in costs. Contrasted with the dial-a-ride service, where the more riders you have, the greater the cost to provide the service. And there's consistent scheduling. You almost always know where a bus is or scheduled to be at any certain time, whereas with dial-a-ride service, the service is provided when and where the rider wants it. For the rider, though, there is an advantage to the dial-a-ride service over bus service, and that is that they can use it whenever they want to, and they can ride it wherever they want to go and not be constrained by the fixed route system. As we're looking at our bus costs going over the last 4 fiscal years, again, ridership fairly consistent. The cost per rider is fairly consistent. Our box office return has varied between about 10 and 14% the last 4 years. And the program costs have been fairly consistent, although we are going to see a projected 10% increase this year. That's due mainly to increased contract costs and also the cost associated with maintenance of the new transportation facility. Correspondingly, in the DAR and ADA services, we're seeing a large increase in ridership for this upcoming fiscal year, or this current fiscal year. And with that, there's a corresponding increase in the cost per rider, a slight decrease in the fare box return, and an overall program cost increase of almost 20%. As Darren had mentioned, we have several funding sources for transit. The vast majority of both bus and dial-a-ride is provided by state transportation assistance, approximately 15% from the federal government, and the balance is fares and local funding sources. As previously mentioned, our local sources include the fare box return, and it's important to note that we are required to obtain a 20% fare box return, and the city must backfill any amount that is below that number, and for DAR and ADA services, that number is 10%. Certainly it's possible to fund with general fund, although the city currently does not do that, and we do use developer air quality impact fees to cover the shortfall in the fare box. The previously mentioned Transportation Development Act funds, state transportation assistance, and Prop 1B funds. The state is currently either has approved or pre-approved nearly $2.5 million in capital projects, but we are waiting for the state's ability to be able to fund those projects. In the past 3 years, as Darren had mentioned, we've seen a substantial decrease in the amount of TDA funding, going from a high of nearly $5 million just 2 years ago to just slightly over $3 million this year. And it's important to note, and I believe that this is the first time since this program began in the 70s that we actually had a mid-year reduction in the amount of funding available to us. The City of Thousand Oaks has split its TDA funding between transit and streets. 2 years ago, approximately 25% of the funds went to transit. This fiscal year, it'll be nearly 50%, and we expect that trend to continue, with transit taking more and more of the funding as the funding source is diminished. And then finally, as mentioned, the Federal Transit Administration funds, which the city is required to provide a 20% match. We currently use those funds to help fund vehicle maintenance, leases for the DAR vehicles, and other expansion and maintenance. And it also recently was used to purchase a replacement bus lift and bus wash at the Municipal Service Center. The stimulus funds, the city was rewarded $425,000 in 2009 to purchase additional DAR vehicles, and staff will be coming to you later this year with a proposal to purchase additional vehicles. And we have an additional $1.5 million in projects pre-approved, subject to council approving additional funding, stimulus funding. Now, we have consistent requests from users for service enhancements. Some of these go back several decades, in fact. There have been a consistent request, and those include things like weekend bus service, more frequent service, or earlier and later service, and shorter wait times. In addition, the Senior Adult Master Plan has identified 11 senior-related priorities for transit, and they've identified these 4 as their highest priority for implementation, including conversion of the DAR and ADA service to a reservation-based only system instead of on-demand, weekend bus service, additional later service 7 days a week. We have several issues related to the bus route. Even though it is a good system, there is room for improvement. We are faced with decreased funding, and as the community has grown, rather than adding routes at an increased cost, we've sought to expand the route system, but there have been some negative impacts associated with that, as listed on the PowerPoint presentation. Now, our DAR and ADA service standards are among the highest in the nation, and we're recognized as having one of the most aggressive systems in the nation. Our service, we're the only community that offers the service door-to-door. We take advance reservations, and we provide on-demand service with as little as 1 hour notice. We don't place any limits, either time of day or the number of times people can do that, and we have a very low average wait time. As this chart demonstrates, the last time we did an audit, which was late in 2009, the average wait time for all riders is under 15 minutes. And this is a remarkable statistic when you consider that fully 80% of the rides that are provided with no notice to the operator. person simply calls up and says, I want a ride. And so 66% of the time, that ride is provided within 15 minutes. Our DAR and ADA service standards are, again, well above the federal minimum standards. We do provide the ADA service on demand, which is not a requirement. We do provide the service on weekends, which is not a requirement. And the operator does endeavor to pick up ADA clients within 15 minutes of their scheduled time. And in accordance with ADA regulations, ADA clients are always given priority when there are multiple requests for services. However, we do have issues. Again, a decrease in available funding, an increase in demand that is outstripping our ability to provide the service, the same day on-demand reservations, and user issues having to do with excessive use of the system, requests for service that falls outside our ability to offer, and problems with no-shows and late cancellations. When trying to develop a transportation action plan for the next several years, staff compared service at neighboring communities, looked at the additional service enhancements that users are requesting, tried to identify available funding sources, and also identify new service revenue sources so that we could make service improvements to improve the overall ridership in the fixed route system, and then to provide on-time performance and farebox recovery improvements for both the bus and dollar ride and ADA services. With that, staff is recommending, or not recommending, but has developed a list of 14 items for council consideration, 6 for the bus and 8 for the dollar ride service. Those specifics of each one of these are articulated in your Exhibit A. But to briefly summarize, number one would be to make route and schedule modifications so that we can increase the frequency of our service, reduce our wait times, and improve the overall service quality. This has the advantage that this can be done with no additional cost, operating cost to the city, just a small capital upfront cost to perform the study and to print new materials. Along with that, recommendation or action item number 2 would be to study the creation of a 5th route. Even though we may be able to achieve some service improvements with action item number 1, it may require the addition of a 5th route to the community to provide all the service enhancements that the riders are looking for. That, however, comes at a substantial cost, both in terms of operation on a yearly basis as well as a one-time capital cost to purchase the buses that would be required to provide that 5th route. And it would take time, as Darren had mentioned, beginning in fiscal year 2013-2014. We will be required to spend all of our TDA funding on transit, and this may be an item that the council wishes the staff to consider in preparation for a need to be able to provide that service and to have the funding available. There are requests for additional weekday service hours, mainly for our transit-dependent commuters that go to work. Services offered by VCTC and the LA-based operators are operating in the community from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. We currently only operate our service from 6 to 7, and it's logical that we would expand our service to make it easier for those people who rely on the transit service to make those connections fully. Nearly 2/3 of our bus riders use the service to connect to regional service providers. Action item number 4 would be to conduct a feasibility study to see if it might be possible to offer weekend service. Staff can provide council with a variety of scenarios in which that service might be offered, and of course there are corresponding costs with that are articulated in the staff report. There would be the possibility to advertise on the buses and bus shelters as a revenue source. We are of the larger operators in the county, we are the only operator that does not advertise on its buses and bus shelters. And finally, to consider holding a public hearing to consider a rate adjustment. A look at our fare structure for the last 25 years shows that we have not had a fare increase for fixed routes since 1999. and a fair comparison of the current routes on the communities near us show that at $1 we are among the lowest cost for service. I would mention that Gold Coast, who provides service to Oxnard and Ventura, has already raised their rate to $1.35 and have already scheduled a rate increase for 2011 to $1.50. Now, if council was to have undertake all of the action items that staff has brought forth, there would be additional ongoing annual operating costs with associated offsetting revenues and decreased expenses, but there would be a net cost of somewhere between, as staff estimates, between $172,000 and $383,000 annually. Moving on to the DAR and ADA service, many of these are similar. The first action item would be to consider some modification to the on-demand service. As I had mentioned, the Senior Adult Master Plan would like to see the service go entirely to reservation. There may be some middle ground that council would like staff to consider. We can come back with a number of scenarios again and articulate the advantages and disadvantages of both, as well as the cost savings. An increase of the weekday hours to match ADA. Currently, the senior dial ride service is not offered at the same time as the ADA service. There would be associated cost increases with that. There's also been requests to increase the weekend service to 7 p.m. Currently, we stop offering service at 5 p.m. on Saturdays and 4:30 p.m. on Sundays. The adoption of a no-show policy. We are the only service provider in the county that doesn't have an established no-show policy, the purpose of which is to encourage riders to cancel rides, because we have drivers that will arrive at a location, go to the door, knock on the door, person answers it and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to call you and tell you I'm not interested today." That takes away from our ability to provide a ride to somebody else, particularly our on-demand. That's currently about between 5 and 7% of all the rides that we offer. The policy would include some financial penalties to pay for the rides, and also, for extreme cases, the potential for denial of service. Action item number 5 would be to provide DAR service to the unincorporated areas within the city limits. We currently provide ADA service because we have to, because those areas fall within 3/4 of a mile of our fixed route service. But we don't provide the senior dial ride service. That's provided by the county under contract with Thousand Oaks Cab. Staff has been in contact with the county, and they would be interested in having us provide that service under a full cost recovery scenario. So it would be a net neutral cost expense and would make the service uniform for all the riders in the area. Staff is not proposing or suggesting that we provide service outside the city limits to areas like Lake Sherwood. That would continue to be offered by the county. Action item number 6 is to potentially raise the DAR eligibility age to 65, which is the federal standard and is one of the recommendations from a study that was done by the Ventura County Transportation Committee to provide a uniform standard and to do that at age 65. Item 7 would be to consider the discontinuation of the ADA weekend service, since it is not a requirement for us to provide that service. However, if council directed staff to implement weekend bus service, then we would be required to offer that service. And finally, public hearing again to consider a rate increase for DAR and ADA service. A look at our fare history shows that we have not increased this cost since 2006. However, our cost to provide the service has gone up nearly 60% in that time frame. Other agencies have already increased this cost. Gold Coast currently charges $2.70 to provide an ADA ride or dial a ride, and has already programmed an increase to $3 in 2011. Would also note that Thousand Oaks is the only community that does provide door-to-door service for all of their riders, and does the on-demand, only one of 2 communities that provides on-demand service and does it for only an hour's notice. If council was to consider all these action items, staff anticipates that the additional costs on an annual basis would be $141,000, but would be offset by approximately $444,000 in savings. The net cost then would actually lower the expenses to provide a ADA service, of which perhaps some of that funding could go towards fixed route improvements. And with that, staff is prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hauser. Are there questions of staff? Mrs. Bill Opinion.
Mrs. Irwin, would you like to go first? Okay. Okay. She had her hand up at the same time.
I didn't see it. I saw
okay.
your
No,
hand
I
first.
know.
That's why I
Thank
called
you.
on you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for a very detailed report, not only by the three of you and our guest from the Ventura County Transportation Commission, but also in particular Mr. Hauser. And I really appreciate all of the information. Now, from what I'm gathering is that our services thus far are satisfactory, but improvements can be made, and that is why you are suggesting that council look at the recommendations you are giving us?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I have a question regarding the Dial-A-Ride and ADA. Since both of them are operated by the same company, how do we differentiate then between an increase between the Dial-A-Ride and ADA? We see a 22% increase for ADA and then a smaller 3% increase for Dial-A-Ride. If you could just clarify that.
Certainly, Council Member. When we look at the numbers, we do track everybody that does have a ride. It presents either a Dial-A-Ride card or an ADA card, so the drivers do know which type of ride we're providing. That data is accumulated on a monthly basis and provided to us, and then we provide reporting to the federal government. So we do know which ride is which, and that is a trend that we have seen in the last 2 years. We think it has to do with the economy. We have seen a request in senior Dial-A-Ride service, but a corresponding increase in the ADA service. Particularly, we think that's because of the state funding cutbacks. People that do have disabilities that perhaps relied on social service organizations or family and friends to provide rides are now looking to the city to provide that service. We add approximately 25 to 30 new ADA and Dial-A-Ride clients monthly. We currently have approximately 4,500 people who have signed up for a Dial-A-Ride card, and we have just over 1,000 residents who are ADA qualified.
Thank you. Now, in looking at the staff report on page 10, could you please explain the difference between the various cities in Ventura County? For example, Thousand Oaks has a population of 128,000 approximately. We provide rides to approximately not quite 72,000. We have a vehicle fleet of 14. Camarillo provides about 2,000 more rides with a vehicle fleet of 7. How is that possible? Is that because they don't have the curb-to-curb service, or?
They don't have the door-to-door service, but the service in Camarillo is a general Dial-A-Ride service. That service is available to anyone, and it's really kind of a substitution for a fixed route service. So they do see many more people on an individual vehicle because basically they provide the service by driving a route around the community and providing that service that way with deviations to pick people up. So they're able to provide many more riders per hour per vehicle than we can on the type of service that we offer. Our goal is to provide 2.35 rides per hour per vehicle, and we meet that standard, which is a very high standard for an on-demand Dial-A-Ride service. I think perhaps Darren might be in a position to comment on the numbers are also extraordinarily high for the service in Fillmore and Santa Paula, and might be able to provide some context why those numbers are so high relative to our numbers and our number of vehicles.
Well, there's no pressure. I'm actually going to, thankfully, my bus transit services director, Vic Cammy's in the audience, and he'll be able to he'll be able to hit that question a heck of a lot better than I will. It gets down to a level of detail where I trust my staff to handle that one.
Good evening, Mr. Kami. Would you please give your name and give your community of residents so we know who we're talking to, please?
Victor Kami with the Ventura County Transportation Commission and a 22-year resident of the city of Thousand Oaks.
Sidley Street, I might add.
Sidley Street, that's correct.
Thank you.
The answer to the question, Council, is that in the cities of Fillmore and Santa Paula, we also operate a general purpose dial-a-ride, and we carry a lot of school kids going to a single destination. So while we may pick up 8 or 10 kids to put in one of our paratransit vehicles, they're all going to one location, they're all going at one time, and we're able to board them and exit them fairly quickly. Getting a bunch of kids or getting a person going shopping who's mobile and who's my age is a lot easier than getting a senior who's trying to deal with a walker or a wheelchair into a vehicle. It takes a lot more time. And so when your dial-a-ride is carrying 2.5 people or 2.35 people per hour, that's dealing with loading in not only the wheelchairs and the walkers, but also helping people get their shopping bags in because they're carrying groceries. And again, when we're talking about a general purpose dial-a-ride like the one that we operate in Santa Paula and Fillmore and the one that the city of Camarillo operates, they don't have all those additional things. So boardings and alightings go much, much quicker. And also, because they're general purpose, we tend to carry a lot of people on the same trips. So if you've got a kid that you're picking up and taking to school every day, the number of no-shows you're going to see is going to be very slight. Or if you've got somebody going to work every day, they're going to be there every day. But if you've got somebody who's making a lot of very specialized and unique trips, the problems of no-shows are going to be there. All of that contributes to a much lower number per vehicle hour.
Thanks, Vic.
Thank you very much for that answer. I appreciate that. Now, there is also a recommendation to increase the age to 65 for the dial-a-ride.
Councilmember, it's not so much a recommendation as something for council to consider as a possibility. Again, the federal standard that what qualifies for senior is 65. VCTC conducted a human transit and transportation study. I believe it was last year or in 2008, and one of the specific recommendations was that we have a coordinated age for that service, and the recommended age was 65.
So if you have a person then who is in his or her 20s who is disabled, would they then qualify under the ADA?
That is correct.
All right. And the no-show rate seems to be rather high, up to 7%. Is that average, or is that something that is higher than in Thousand Oaks than normal?
I'll let Vic speak to that.
Vic Kami again. Just adding to that, in the Gold Coast numbers are more like 14%, and the numbers in Simi Valley are also somewhat comparably high. You've got actually a relatively low no-show rate.
And now, speaking to that topic, do you have senior citizens, disabled or not, who actually have been denied service as a result of frequent no-show?
Well, we don't as Vista. I think Gold Coast has had an occasional person. Usually they've been able to encourage through a series of incentives and disincentives, a no-show policy, a way of getting people to realize they need to cancel earlier. And it really is just that. It's trying to find that median. I think very few people that, in my experience, actually get sanctioned and told, okay, you're off the system for a week or for a month. Usually it's more, we're going to have to do something if you don't. Gold Coast just adopted a no-show system where they're requiring people who have a chronic history to call in and confirm on the day before and say, yes, I'm going to be there, or they won't get a ride. So there are other mechanisms, and your staff hasn't actually proposed a single mechanism. They just said, we need to develop a policy, which I assume would come back to the council for direction and looking at how they're going to implement it and what they're going to do.
Thank you. Do you, I would imagine you consider a person's age and the possibility that as a person matures, may have some sort of, not necessarily dementia, but onset and of that and be forgetful. Is that something that you take into consideration when people just don't forget to call and cancel or something like that?
It would certainly be an element of the policy that we could bring forward to council. Again, we don't have a policy right now. We don't have any penalties. We do have riders that would qualify under that scenario, and we would work out something to address that issue.
Okay, and then the last thing is the feasibility study for weekend service. Is the feasibility study then only going to look at the cost, or is the feasibility study that you are recommending going to entail other additional services that we might want to be included overall?
The answer is yes. The intent of a study with that would be to, analyze the cost depending on what level of service that we would offer, whether it be Saturdays only, Saturdays and Sundays, whether it would be a full schedule that would be comparable to our weekdays, whether or not it would be a service designed more for the person that needs the service to commute to work. It could entail a combination of routes, less frequency. We have offered service comparable to our weekday service on the weekends in the holiday period, and we have found this past year we did it for 7 weeks. We found the ridership to be very consistent. It was approximately 40% of our weekday service, and it was balanced between the Saturdays and Sundays. It was fairly even from week to week. So there is a demonstrated need. The question for staff and the council is whether or not we can afford to provide that service relative to the low fare box numbers that would be generated.
Who would be conducting this feasibility study, and how much might it cost us?
Staff would do that in conjunction with our transportation operator. MV Transportation is the largest provider of service in the country that provides this type of service, and we would rely on their expertise to assist us in developing some cost analysis.
And I promise this is going to be my last question. The LA DOT service to downtown LA is proposed to be canceled altogether. When will that decision be made, and is that going to impact our transportation center in any way?
No decision has been made. I am not certain when that schedule is. There have been a series of public hearings of which staff from both the city and VCTC attended. It's our feeling, based upon some of the feedback we've gotten, that there will not be an entire elimination of service. However, there is a possibility for a reduction both in the number of routes and the locations that would be served. It would actually have a minimum impact to the transportation center, but what would happen is if the service terminated in Westlake Village as proposed, there is no convenient, no-cost parking for riders of that system. Currently, whether you take it from our transportation center, the Oaks Mall, or the Newbury Park Park and Ride, there's plentiful parking. That's not so. And so people that may not have transportation are going to have difficulty getting to the location to begin with, or those that are either going to commute to Westlake Village, park their car on city streets, or commute into LA. So we are not really thinking that is going to happen. We think the service is going to survive, but at a different rate and at a different cost structure. It is just one of many proposals before the LA DOT. They are considering eliminating entire classes of service.
Thank you so much for your concise answers. I appreciate that.
If I could ask on the DOT, is that 422, 423?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Spildale-Pena, we've personally appealed to the LA City Council. I've personally spoken to Dennis Zine and also to the head of DOT Transportation on those two routes in particular, because they, I forget what the number is, but the passenger load on that in Farebox is exceptional. And it's an economic issue because of the jobs that exist here for Los Angeles residents. So, okay, that was you were all set? Okay. Mrs. Irwin, down at the other end of the dais.
Thank you, Mayor Gillette. Thank you very much for coming today, Mr. Kettle and Mr. Hauser. Was this your first presentation in front of City Council?
Yes, it was.
You did an excellent job there. I do have a couple of questions. For the bus fares, it seems we're trying to increase the fare box recovery. Why is it that there's now an NA for students and that the transfer price is going to free?
Thousand Oaks is currently the only system provider in the county that has a student fare class. All the other transit providers treat everyone ages above the age of 5 as a regular, and so that's mainly for consistency purposes. With respect to the transfers, that number is relatively small. Again, we're the only system that charges for transfers within our own system, and so, again, for consistency purposes. The other thing that we want to try to do is to actually encourage ridership so that anything that we can do to minimize the impact to the rider, the transfer, we want people to be able to transfer and get from one end of the community to the other without any additional cost.
Okay, so students are actually going up to 125 is what you're saying. And then I guess I'm trying to figure out the goal where you're talking so much about decreasing revenue and we're talking about increasing service and so is basically with the increased net cost for the bus is supposed to be canceled out by the decreased service for the cost for the DAR and ADA action items? Is that how because I would imagine we're not looking for overall to increase the cost of transportation here.
There was no deliberate attempt on the part of staff to reach that. We simply looked at each item individually, totaled them up, and these are the numbers that we came up with. And there is a broad range, particularly when we start looking at things like weekend bus service. There is a broad range within there that could significantly affect the numbers that we have provided to you.
Okay, and then thank you for that. The last question is, I see that there's some patrons that use the DAR, ADA more than 6 times a day, up to 40 times a week. Is that, does that end up costing us? Is there maybe a need to look at restricting the amount of use?
With the ADA service, that would not be possible. That would be a violation of law. Certainly with the dollar ride service, the senior dollar ride service, that could be a consideration. And along with that, you're not required to charge the same amount for DAR and ADA service. ADA service is limited to 2 times the regular bus fare. So, for instance, our current rate for the bus service is $1. In theory, the limit for ADA service is $2. However, there is no limit on what you could charge for the dial ride service.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, I have 2 speaker cards. One question, Mike, if I could, from you. We've heard reference on a couple of occasions to student ridership. How much of an impact on our system on TOT is like that student ridership that has replaced the subsidized school bus system that used to exist and has been virtually eliminated in the community?
Currently, during this school period, that ridership represents about 14% of our total ridership for that basically 9-month period.
Okay, and I would imagine that significantly supplements the fare box return. Is that
It helps the fare box return, but consider that most of the students are riding at a reduced fare, or they purchase weekly passes or the 40-pack trip tickets, which reduces their cost even further. Our average fare box return for a rider is somewhere around 75 cents on average, and our students would be probably somewhere around 55 cents.
Thank you very much. I have 2 speaker cards on this item. Audrey Filola, am I correct? Speaking. All right, would you please come forward? And Mary Harris. There's Mary. Good evening, and please give your name and community of residence.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette and council members. My name is Audrey Failoga, and I am a resident of 1,000 Oaks at the Ranch Mobile Home Park. As you can tell, I am a senior citizen, and I also have an ADA card where I use them both. And what I want to say is I am against them sort of cutting out the ADA program on the weekends, because a lot of seniors could use it, and it is very important to us to be able to get around. Also, a lot of seniors, some of them do not like to ask people for rides and stuff, and we're very limited in the times that we do have the dollar ride, where they can use it, like if they want to go out one evening, or even at programs at the global centers. We cannot attend because there is just literally no transportation. And I believe a lot of the seniors would be very interested in that to come. I know a lot of seniors is not here tonight due to illness or other things, so it's a shame that we do not have a big representation, but I feel this is important to all of us, and that it will be a big help. And also, I wanted to say, I have a Ventura County ADA card as well as an LA because of my medical reasons. And when I go, because I go to UCLA, what I take is dollar ride to the Carl's, all they take me to is to the Carl's Jr. on Westlake Boulevard, where I pick up LA access, so they do not have to go any further for the ADA to transfer than the Carl Juniors or within the area right over there for transfer. Now, as far as ADA into Ventura County, we usually go transfer at Central Avenue, which is a difference, and they could use it to go quicker. If maybe they make a suggestion like 1,000 Oaks or combined rides, times with the people to take them all the way into where they're going into Ventura or whatever, and then to make arrangements back, then both companies will get the same amount of money for the transportation either way, and then it will work and maybe make it easier on us all the way around. And we do appreciate your concern and consideration for us in trying to help us get the increased hours, and also for helping with the ADA. And I thank you very much and hope that you would consider it, because I know we are in your hearts and you do think of the seniors and the disabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Harris? Good evening, Mary.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette. Nice to see you. Good evening, council. My name is Mary Harris, for one. I live in Thousand Oaks. I live right off of Brazil, right off Moore Park Road. I, too, use the dial ride. I use it to go to physical therapy. I use it to go to doctors and stuff. But I would like to request that you not stop the weekend ADA. That would be very hard on us, Dennis, and other seniors as well. I, too, have the same problem. I have no transportation, and I have no family here to help. My husband and I are on our own. My brothers are up north. My sister's clear in South Korea, was married to a military man. Anyway, I'd like to see the ADA on weekends be kept for transportation purposes, and to keep the dollar ride during the week so we can get to the doctors or whatever we need to do. And then, if you cut any service, with my husband going to work at the hospital, Dennis, that would do him in. So I really need to request that you really consider keeping the weekend and during the week. And also, we would like to consider extra hours on the weekends. Disabled people and seniors, I know a lot of you drive, but put us in your shoe. If something good is going on, and we want to go someplace, it's like we're an animal locked up in a cage in our homes, and we can't get out. That isn't fair. So all I'm asking is that you give us a chance to be able to get out on weekends after hours, and please keep the ADA service on the weekends. I would really appreciate your help in that. I know it costs money, but that's important to us. And also, I don't mind the price going up, but it is going to make it a hardship, Dennis. I just want you to know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. Mr. Watkins, did you have anything, any concluding comments?
Well, partly what we're looking for from the City Council this evening, you've heard a lot of information, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of different options that are out. And given the volatility of funding sources, given the current environment, there's some improvements that can be made. They're going to cost some money. There's some changes that can be made that could save some money. And what we'd like to get is just some general guidance, and we'll come back after fleshing these things out entirely, and going through all the normal channels we go through, we'll come back to council with solid recommendations. But what we'd like to get is some general kind of policy direction on which of these items we should be pursuing.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start down, Mr. Fox.
Okay, sure. I'm going to go ahead and take a crack at giving you guys some general direction. We haven't had a lot of discussion with respect to the council, but my sense is we're giving you our sense of things, and you're going to bring these things back to us. All right. Let's start with the bus action plan. Item 1, I would propose that you guys move forward with a modification of the routes. Item 2, study a creation of a fifth route. That would be good to look at that. Item 3, additional weekday service. That's good. Item 4, conduct weekend service feasibility study. That's a good thing. Item 5, advertise on buses and bus shelters. I think it's time we take a look at that, and that could help with the revenue. And item 6, a public hearing on rate adjustment. I don't think right now we should be looking at that. Let's see what those adjustments are, their costs. Let's flesh those out, and then let's take a look at rate adjustments, because clearly what you're talking about, other than for the kids, most folks that are using this service, either dial-a-ride or the bus, they're probably on some type of limited income. I don't see a lot of folks that are using the bus that are necessarily making high incomes, although there may be a few, but that would be my sense. I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but items 1 through 5, let's move forward on that. I'm not prepared to hold a public hearing on rate adjustment yet until we get more information. Moving to the dial-a-ride and ADA. Item 1, modified demand for on-demand service.
Why don't you give me a slide number or something so I'll...
Sure. Item 49, page 25.
Okay, thank you.
That's a no for me. I think the on-demand where you can call up at any time, because my sense was you need to make a reservation, right? Is that the direction I think that we got from the senior group? Yeah. I see that as a kind of a step backwards. While it may be more convenient, the ability to dial up within an hour and get where you need to go. These are folks that basically have no other transportation. Something could come up, they could get a call from a grandkid or something. So right now, I think we just leave it as it is, where you can call up and somebody's going to come out and pick you up. Item 2, increase the weekday hours. That's good. Item 3, increase the weekend hours. That's very good. I think we've heard over a number of years now the limitation of folks to get around and go to events and things like that simply because there's no after hours, there's no transportation after a reasonably early time. Particularly during the summer, daylight savings is still light out, and that the transportation stopping. Item 4, no-show policy. I think we do need to look at that. I think that's a responsibility issue, and so I'd like you guys to explore that. Item 5, service to unincorporated areas outside city limits. I don't know why we would do that. I don't see any real value to that because, particularly with costs, unless you guys, and just a question here, if you see that somehow that's going to be generating more revenue.
No, it would be revenue neutral. It would be us providing service to the unincorporated county pockets, just because we're already here, the county would reimburse us for those costs.
Okay. They may reimburse us for the cost, but then they're fixed assets, so that means folks are waiting longer, could be waiting longer for the service. Because you're not talking about adding vehicles, are you?
We wouldn't need to add vehicles. It would add approximately 3% to our total ridership. The county only provides between 10 and 15 rides per day.
So I'm going to say no on that. Let's see what the council, but let's just leave it to city residents for right now. Eligibility, raise the eligibility to 65, no. Discontinue ADA weekend service, no. And public hearing on rate adjustment, no. Again, you guys are just looking for some general direction. I haven't had a chance to talk to the council, but that's my sense on both reading the report. And you guys did a good job. You covered a lot of material in a relatively short period of time. Very, very good. The only question I had was, what kind of community outreach did we do for this? Did you guys just generate this on your own, or was there some community outreach? I don't recall the attitude survey if we asked too much about transportation or not.
We utilized our ongoing surveying of our customers. We've also met extensively with the Senior Adult Master Plan Transportation Subcommittee to get their input.
Okay, very good. And then the one thing, and I brought it up before, and I actually got this from my mom and dad who do use Dial-A-Ride, is some type of training component for the Dial-A-Ride drivers. You both indicated that it's not just simply driving folks. They're dealing with people that have walkers, they may have some medical issues, and I don't know, some type of, general training for dealing with the elderly, and some of their special needs. That might be a good time to take a look at that and talk to the operators and maybe put them through a class if they haven't already on and particularly dealing with the elderly.
Yeah, you had brought that up. I can't recall if it was when we had hired MV or during the last transportation study session. And we could potentially get either Mr. Smith or Mr. Arzola to comment on that. You talked about, I think the words were sensitivity training and some training dealing with seniors.
They're hard of hearing. You know what? I don't need that. Just it needs to be noted. If it's happening, fine. If it isn't, they need to take a look at that because the feedback I get is some drivers are very, very good and others don't have a sense or sensitivity for the folks that they're giving rides to. So they're not 15-year-old kids. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm throwing that out there so we can get the ball rolling.
It's fine. It's a place to start. Thank you very much, Mr. Fox. Ms. Billy, opinion?
I would agree with the majority of points made, the majority of recommendations by staff, in particular the action plan items for the bus, which is slide 45. Also no on the public hearing on rate adjustment because that will only get people upset in this weak economy anyway. So we don't really need to inflict any more pain. However, on the action plan items for the Dial-A-Ride and ADA, again, a public hearing on rate adjustment not necessary. But on item 5, as long as the county agrees to pay and reimburse the city for the services provided, I see no problem in providing that service. However, should they stop to fund this, then obviously we would as well, and that needs to be made clear or right from the start. just because the residents are not part of the city of Thousand Oaks per se, nonetheless, they still reside within the city, and I think no harm will be done if we service them as well. And modify the on-demand service, I would agree that we don't need to look at that as well. And the adopt no-show policy, given that it is a low percentage from what I heard tonight, and given that senior citizens might be forgetful, I don't know whether we should actually look at establishing a policy unless we would see the percentage rise over the next couple of years to the same as our neighboring cities, over 14%, for example. So I'm ambivalent about item number 4. I don't see a need for the policy at this time, but we may need it in the future. Other than that, I am okay with everything else.
Thank you. On the other end, Dr. Clancy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to begin by noting again that transportation monies are extremely unpredictable. Transit revenues are down 40% in the last 2 years. If we can improve our services to the bulk of our community, then I think we have to look at it realistically. I think we can probably do an awful lot efficiently at very little cost in other areas. I think that what we're looking for here, staff has given an action plan to cover both of our types of transportation. I don't think it's inappropriate to look at the items that they've presented and attach a value to it so that we can make the decisions necessary based on knowledge. I think we have to look at it. That doesn't mean that we have to enact it. We don't have to accept a fare increase. We don't have to accept cutting out on-demand service. But this community provides more on-demand service than any other. On-demand service takes more time, extends our expenses, and is one of the reasons, and is my understanding in reading the staff report, that we have to have as many vehicles as we do to provide the services that we do. So I don't think that it's committing a darn thing for us to ask staff to look at everything that they've presented us. So, and that even goes to a fare increase. I'm not saying I'd vote for a fare increase, but I'd like to know what it would, looking at what the cost of other services, of expanding the services for these 75–80% of the people who really rely on buses to get to work. To me, that says an awful lot. And if we can expand the routing so we don't have any more 88-minute routes that we've got in one area, I think we need to look at it. So I would disagree with my colleagues a bit and be more supportive of looking at the whole table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Glancy. Mrs. Irwin?
I have to agree with Dr. Glancy. I do think we have fare box issues, fare box recovery issues, certainly requirements we have to make. The bus fares have not gone up in 11 years, and I think certainly the suggestions are quite minimal and have been compared to what we're charging, what's being charged in cities around the county or adjacent cities. So I don't think it's at all unreasonable to look at a rate adjustment. People do have to realize that we have shrinking revenues and they will need to step up. I think certainly looking at a fifth route is reasonable. I think the cost is really high, and I'm just not sure if we can add that at this point. I agree with Dr. Glancy about modifying on-demand. We're providing, I always say Cadillac service, and then the city manager says we should really be talking about BMW service, but I don't think we need to provide higher service than anybody else in the nation. And, let's see what we can do that's still good and save, that's a significant amount of money if there's some way to modify it and still make it a good service, and then for the DAR and ADA rate adjustments, I think we have to look at that. All we're talking about is shrinking pots of money. We need to figure out how we're going to be paying for transportation. So I guess I agree with Dr. Glancy, and I guess it's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Irwin. Just a couple of quick questions. Do we have a sense for the gross amount of financial resources available to provide all levels of public transportation within the system, be it disabled, dial-a-ride, fixed route, and everything in our system? And what percent of our population, our 128,000 residents, do we serve with it? Is that a fair question? Is it a clear question?
We have a fair estimation of the actual ridership. I would need to go back and study a little bit more closely, but I would say that that number is probably less than 10%.
Okay. Because I want to keep this in kind of perspective. So, but with that thought in mind, I think that's one of the reasons. Slide 38, the Senior Adult Master Plan transportation priorities. How recent are these?
The Senior Master Plan is very recent. I think it was adopted within, was it the last month?
Yes.
Yeah, very, very, very recent.
Yes, it is. So, the Senior Adult Master Plan transportation priorities supplemented by the people with special needs, and we have a few that are extremely well informed on this issue. Those are the two categories that I'm most sensitive to. We've had, I want to tell my colleagues on the council, welcome to my world when we get into this. We recognize in southeastern Ventura County we've got about 46% of the total county population, and I'm not, there's a message in here, not just a question. Okay. But City of Moore Park, City of Simi Valley, City of Thousand Oaks all have transportation systems. Vista has transportation systems. LA DOT, LA Metro. Every one of them has a bureaucracy. Every one of them has a management system. Every one of them has resources. And we go back to the discussion that we recently had at our goal-setting session, and we pushed and put on our list of 10 top priorities a regional public transportation authority for southeastern Ventura County, because until we get to something like that, better vehicles, better frequency, better reliability, and better costs, none of those things can be addressed until you get a coordinated initiative. The military figured that out years ago. And when we approach it with all of the fractured pieces and the corresponding fractured costs, that's when we get into agonizing sessions like this. When I hear somebody tell me that they don't want to be trapped in their home on Saturday night, they shouldn't be. But I don't know how we make available transportation so that they have the same access to freedom and flexibility as a person who doesn't have special needs, or a person who's by age or what have you has special requirements. So I'm going to, I guess if I'm going to err, I'm going to err on the side of the groups closest to the issue. That would be my assumption, that we have seniors within the community that are more dependent on public transportation and specialized transportation, and people with special needs. And that brings us back to some of the original comments that we got, that we've all contributed to this. And I would ask that special focus be given to the issues raised on slide 38. Although I don't know what a transit ambassador program is, I'm sure you'll enlighten me when I ask. But the other things, the conversion of DAR and ADA, weekend service, and I'm saying weekend service, not just weekend bus, but weekend service, disabled access service 7 days a week, or dial-a-ride service 7 days a week. And, you know, the real big elephant in this thing is always the same thing, decreased funding, wanting to do more with less. But I guess our option, and you're the professionals, you've got it, trying to do better with less. But if I'm going to put any priorities on it, I'm going to put it on the priorities of the actual users that I see that have the most need, even though this represents a relatively small part of the total population served. I hope that makes sense. It does to me, so I guess, and I got the microphone. So, I'll start back down again where we started at the beginning, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote no on moving this thing forward if you're just looking at things. The one thing I would point out to the council, that notwithstanding the recommendation of 38, and I think Mr. Gillette brings up a very good point, I just want to remind the council that adding a benefit is one thing. Taking a benefit away that currently exists is a very different animal. It's a very different animal. And so, make no mistake about it, we are taking a benefit away. By causing somebody to make a reservation rather than kind of on demand, you're taking away a service that has been around how many years? Since the inception of this thing?
Yeah, 1988.
1988. They've been calling on demand, and you're taking it away. I just think we need to go a little slow on that one, because that will be viewed as a decrease in service, even though we're doing all these other things. And so that one, I'm not going to. For me, I'm not going to be able to support that, because I think we're stepping it backwards, because we haven't heard from staff that they absolutely need to do that. That's just, you know. But the other issues, I think. In terms of evaluating them, that's fine. So, like I said, I think we need to move this thing forward. But that's the one item that we would clearly be taking a step back and a degradation of service. And the fact that we're the only ones in the nation that do it, we should be proud of that.
Okay. So, all right, Ms. Spildale, I'm gonna keep going the same. I'm coming back this way. Ms. Spildale, opinion.
Thank you. In looking at slide number 38 and the recommendations by the Senior Adult Master Plan, they do say conversion of the dial-a-ride and ADA to advanced reservation only, which in essence would modify the on-demand service, as I understand it. Or is that not correct, Mr. Hauser?
That would be correct. I should make a clarification or make a suggestion that while that is the intent of the Senior Adult Master Plan Subcommittee, as Councilmember Fox has noted, that might not be a universal appeal. Certainly staff could look at some type of hybrid between the two, where we attempt to limit on-demand during peak hours or limit the number of on-demand requests an individual can make on a per day or per week or per month basis. Something in between, so that what we can do is achieve a balance between advanced reservations and on-demand service.
You know, that actually might work. What I wanted to say is that I am surprised, however, by the recommendation, because mature seniors in particular it has been my experience that there are calls to go to the doctor the same day, to do, or having to do lab work on the same day, and by not providing this on-demand service is doing a disservice to the seniors who need to be at certain appointments, be they medical or not. So a hybrid version might be beneficial. However, it might also still be a detriment. So I am very hesitant to actually look at that, to change it any other way. But again, as Mr. Fox said, of course nobody will vote against any of the recommendations as presented tonight because they are necessary. However, the on-demand service is something that I think we should leave in place.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Clancy.
Thank you. May I get you to clarify the motion? You're moving slide 38?
I don't think there's a motion made, but I'll throw a motion on the table that we move on recommendations for the slide 45. Okay, on the bus action plan, we move on recommendations 1 through 6. This is for staff to bring back information. So we're not calling a public hearing. You're just going to bring back the information. So item 1 through 6 on the bus, and then items 2 through 8 on the dial-a-ride and ADA.
Okay. Could I ask a question, Mr. Fox?
Sure.
Well, maybe ask a question of the council. Is everyone comfortable that the way the information and the questions are arrayed is clear enough to formulate an articulated motion? Or would it be easier if we asked staff to go back, take these, because these slides in my mind, tend to jump around, and to make sure that we had one document, one page, one list, items 1 through 10. You don't feel that's...
No, I'm good. Like I said, we can. You know what we can do is we can separate the motion. I can move on the bus items.
Not necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say there's some in the staff report that I think
Page
already...
11 has the 1 through 6 and then the 1 through 8.
Yeah, I was looking right here at it. So page 11 on the staff report, on the bus action plan items.
That's where I saw it.
I'm going to move items 1 through 6. That's a motion.
Okay.
So no separation.
Is everyone up with that? Page 11 of the staff report, April 13th, top fixed route bus action items 1 through 6. Everyone got that? And what your motion is to move that?
Yes.
First piece. Okay. We have a motion. Comments to the motion?
Sure.
Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I would like to congratulate staff on a great report. I think it's very exhaustive. You covered a lot of things, a lot of information, and I thought it was a great report. I thought your options as listed, your action plan, was just fine. And I want to ensure that those in Teleland understand, if those on the council don't necessarily, that I was not proposing that we eliminate on-demand reservations or on-demand dial-a-ride. What I was saying was, I think we ought to put it on the table because we're talking about increasing some services possibly, and I think we ought to be able to see how possibly we could zero it out or get close to zero it out. Because it's our responsibility to weigh those options and say, this is what we get, this is what it costs, is it worth it? Is this something we really want to do? I really understand Mr. Fox's points about being very careful about things that we discontinue that the people have been used to having at their disposal. But that doesn't negate that we can't look at it and see what that item would contribute to the cause. So, that being said.
Thank you. Mrs. Irwin?
I think we were first just doing 1 through 6 on the bus.
No, are you doing 1 through 6, or are we doing page 111, or page 11?
The motion is for items 1 through 6 on the fixed bus route only action plan.
I like that.
Okay.
At the top of the page?
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Irwin, did you have anything?
I'm going to support that.
Okay, you're going to support it. Anything further?
No.
Okay, everyone clear on the motion? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, now, if I've got this right, let's take a look at dial-a-ride and ADA action plan items, middle of page 11, 1 through 8. You got the right target?
I got it.
Okay.
Mr. Fox? I'm going to move items 1 through 8, but I'd like to amend item 1 and ask staff to bring back the hybrid discussion about the modified on-demand services. Find some common ground here for for staff and for the council.
Okay.
So item 1 would be that they look at a hybrid of on-demand service still, but maybe looking at number of times per day that you can use it. You know, they're going to bring back some type of middle road, some kind of compromise on that. So item 1 through 8 and then 1 would be amended.
Okay, we've got that. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for being unnecessarily verbose on the previous motion. I was in error. And I thank Mr. Fox for his amended 1. I'll be glad to support.
Didn't say a word. Mrs. Irwin, anything?
I will agree with that motion, and I will again point out what Ms. Bill de la Pena pointed out, that for the Senior Adult Master Plan transportation priorities, they did talk about moving to an advanced reservation system only. So hopefully staff will come up with some hybrid there.
Thank you. Ms. Bill de la Pena.
Naturally, I will support this as well. However, and I do support the looking at a hybrid version, but I do want to state that item number 7, to discontinue the weekend ADA, is something that when it comes back to council is something that I will definitely not support, because it is needed, and we've had testimony tonight that that is something that our residents would like to keep. We can certainly have you spend the time to look at it, but this council member is not in favor of that. Nonetheless, I will support the motion.
All right, thank you. And I'm supportive of the motion with the exception of items 4, the no-show policy, because I don't believe it's broken. And I just am sensitive to imposing something that hasn't been there before. And I don't think the experience has risen to the point where it's something, but, so item 4. Item 5, providing the dial-a-ride service to the unincorporated area. It makes perfect sense. Those unincorporated pockets that make service. But given the history of our interaction on mutual programs with the county, and I don't want to open that whole thing and start down through the crossing guards and the DARE office and all of that again. I can't see why we jump back into a situation that we've had and we're living with the current experience now and trying to work our way out of. So with those items, item 4, item 5, and item 7, the discontinuing of the ADA weekend service, I can't support that. So if we need to get the whole thing in, that's where I'm going to be when they come back. So
yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I'm not supporting 7. I don't care what they come back with.
Okay, well,
I think we're all on the same page. Just trying to find some common ground here. Staff's going to bring back, you and I are on absolutely the same page.
Okay.
But, I think Tom brings up a point. We're putting things on the table. Staff's going to bring back. We need to analyze it. I think, candidly, I think the staff report did a pretty good job of analyzing it now. I have enough information to let you know I'm not supporting item 7.
Well, I'm
just
not
continuing
either.
that service on weekends. So I don't know what staff's going to bring back. I'm just trying to get this item forward. It's, we got a couple of other items here on the agenda. So, Mrs. Irwin.
Well, I'm probably not going to be supportive of that either. But if they want to bring it back, then
okay. But it's not that they want to bring it back. With all due respect to the council, we need to tell them what we want.
Okay.
We need to have the money balance out, and I don't see that everything is balancing out. I don't think that we need to take on something that's.
Well, let me excuse me.
Well, there's no money involved in a no-show policy, and I don't know there's a whole lot of money with the ADA on weekend service. I mean,
Let me try this. You're making the motion.
Yeah.
And you've got the flexibility to adjust your motion however you want to without becoming really cumbersome.
Okay.
And getting in. So, would you like to restate your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm looking for 3 votes here. I'm going to move items. I just want this to pass. Item 1 as amended with a hybrid. Item 2. Item 3. Item 8. That's where I'm at.
Okay, and so out of that,
So item 4, the no-show policy, raising the eligibility limit to 65 and discontinuing on weekend service and the unincorporated areas for the same reasons that you identified, Mr. I could put 5 in, but I just think we need some language to make sure that
for purposes of moving this forward, would you consider including item 6, the eligibility age to 65?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, we're now taking out 4, taking out 7, and where are we with item 5?
I'll keep it in.
Okay, it's in the real world it makes perfect sense, but in our world, but we can discuss that at a later time.
Right.
Okay. And to our colleagues at the other end, how are you doing down there?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a no-show policy to charge people if they make a reservation. It's a waste of time and resources, and I don't think there's a problem with fining people if they are abusing the system. So I can't support it unless you have the no-show policy in there.
Okay. Dr. Glancy?
I just want to point out, I originally didn't want the no-show policy. My first comment was, we should have it in there.
I think I'm the one that spoke to taking it out, because I don't think it's broken. I don't think we need it. But I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dr. Glancy?
How would, if I may ask the maker of the motion, how he would feel about a proposal, have staff come back with a modified no-show policy that lists number of transgressions.
That's fine, exactly.
That'd be fine, but I agree with Ms. Irwin that, when I see that some people use Dial-A-Ride 6 times a day possibly and 40 times a week, I think it needs to be looked at, and I have no doubt in my mind that someone that uses Dial-A-Ride 6 days a week may very well have very, very justified rides. Mm-hmm. I have no problem with that at all. But by the same token, that may not be the case, and I think it needs to be looked at. This no-show thing needs to be looked at and have some kind of a hybrid come out.
Okay.
Put it in. Good.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the motion is such that the no-show policy is back in, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so the only one out is item 7. Am I correct?
Yes. Looks like we got some.
Did we get there?
Here. Great.
Well, in the interest of compromise and not moving on to the next millennium with this, all right. Any further comments to the motion?
Okay, has the clerk got that? Everything but 7.
Let me
guess. A couple of hybrids.
Mark, staff, are you guys where you need to be with this?
I think we're following the bouncing ball, yeah. And all these things will come back to council.
Right.
Like the no-show would come back, here's what we would recommend as a policy, and we've got the opportunity to look at it at that time or make changes.
And we want to schedule, when this comes back, we want it, Mr. City Manager, on a night when we have a very light agenda. Okay, and staff also, my understanding was, I think we want you to take as close a look as possible at the recommendations of the Senior Commission and also the disabled, the special needs folks that participate in the discussion. Maker of the motion.
I have no further comment.
There is no further comment. Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. You need a break? Okay, one of our older council members is requesting, and I'm going to take a short recess. Folks, it's 10 minutes to 10. I'm sorry. We will go into closed session. Hopefully it'll be short. Madam City Attorney, will you call it, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and viewing staff, we are only having one item, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code, Section 154956.9, subsection C, and it's only one case. So we will not be hearing item B. Thank you.
Thank you. The council is back in session. Would the city attorney please report out on the closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff, and public. The council did authorize initiation of a litigation. The specifics of the action the defendants will be disclosed upon request once the action is commenced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Albano. We now move to item 9A, public hearing, housing element update. Would the city clerk please open the hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 9A, the 2006-2014 housing element update readoption with changes requested by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, General Plan Amendment 2008-70105. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. We have 2 speakers, and they will be allowed 5 minutes each.
Thank you. Staff report, Mr. Spector.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Due to the late hour, I'm going to propose that I make this a very brief presentation and not go through the slides one by one. I'd like to just mention that every city in the state of California must have a general plan housing element, and that element must be updated periodically. This particular housing element update addresses the time period from 2006 through 2014. And it includes, like all cities and housing elements, a method or a plan to provide for the city's share of the regional housing need, as well as the need for housing for special needs households. All housing elements in the state of California must be reviewed by the Department of Housing and Community Development, and that particular entity has reviewed the changes that we proposed to the element that was adopted back in February of '09 and agrees with those changes. So we should be able to get the blessing from the state. I'd like to point out that one of the issues that we addressed in this particular housing element has to do with whether we could obtain credit for a project that we implemented in 2007, in which we converted market rate apartments or units in a apartment complex called the Shadows Apartment Project, and we converted them from market rate to affordable housing. That's lower income, very low and low income households. And with the changes in state law that occurred late in 2009, that project became eligible to give us credit towards our allocation that the state mandates we provide for lower income housing. This housing element contains a number of implementation programs, 32 in all, and 10 of those programs must be completed over the next 2 years, 2010 and 2011. I'd like to just conclude then and be available for questions that staff is recommending that the City Council approve this 2006 to 2014 housing element and direct staff to implement the implementation programs of the Housing Action Plan. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Spector, questions of staff? Mr. Fox?
Thanks. Mr. Spector, just as a note in the staff report, essentially this plan is the same one that the council just recently reviewed and approved, only it incorporates the changes from the state that they looked at when we submitted it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Bilde-Lapena?
Thank you. The name of that apartment complex that is now added to this escapes me. Which one is that?
The Shadows
It
apartment.
is the Shadows apartment. Okay, yeah, all right. And this copy that we have here tonight is something that we can actually keep now? This is not going back to the state for review?
Well, it'll go back to the state, but I think it's just a foregone conclusion because
Okay,
they've
so I can hold on to this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll add that to my collection. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You're all set? Okay. Anything? Mrs. Irwin? You okay? Excuse me. Okay, there are no further council questions. I have two speaker cards. Kathy Brunecki and Suzanne Duckett. Please. Excuse me.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Kathy Brudnicki. I'm the executive director of the Ventura County Homeless and Housing Coalition. And when we started down this path a couple of years ago, I asked that there be two particular things included in the housing element, and that was language regarding Senate Bill 2 and a specific reference to extremely low-income housing and a goal for that. And you did put both of those things in there, so I thought I would come down and say thank you. Of course, I do have a couple of other comments, and one has to do with standards for emergency shelters. In that report, staff does talk about setting standards for the operation of emergency shelters, and I will tell you that I am here to agree with staff's recommendation. I think it would be a good idea for us to have a dialogue with the community as to what those standards should be, because they can be, there are a lot of variables in there, and let's be sure that we know what we want. The other thing I have to say is that on both page 29 and page 33, there's reference to the winter shelter program as part of our strategies to house the homeless. And I have to protest that a winter shelter program is not housing. Putting people in overnight, no beds, many cases no showers, that's not housing, and it really doesn't belong in our housing element. And I'm not singling you out. I've made the same complaint in other cities, but it doesn't belong in there. It isn't housing. At 6 in the morning, wet, cold, windy, doesn't matter. You go out on the street until we open again at 6 at night. That's not shelter, and it is not housing. Thank you.
Ms. Burdecki? Ms. Burdecki, could you come back, please?
As part of top party number 9.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but recently this council met in a goal setting or a priority setting session, and as part of priority number 9, producing affordable housing units to help city comply with blah, 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 all the rules. E, explore possibilities for a centralized homeless shelter. No qualification, a homeless shelter for the community.
Right, I'm in favor of a year-round emergency shelter. I'm just protesting the use of the winter shelter in our housing element.
Okay, but I'm telling you that this council has taken a position of its top 10 priorities that a homeless shelter for the community.
I'll be there to help.
Well, we'll look forward to it when we get to that point. But that is something that this council saw fit to put in its 10 top goals, and that's the first time that's happened in this community. So.
We are making a lot of progress on the homeless issue, and our homeless count will be released tomorrow to the public, so I think you'll all be happy.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming down tonight. Ms. Suzanne Duckett? Ms. Duckett?
Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. My concern for this change tonight is not anything to do with the homeless shelters or, well, I can say affordable housing maybe. But certainly nothing against low-income housing. My concern tonight is that this sets up to blow us out, or to blow out build-out without a vote of the people. That this changed element tonight will allow for building along the boulevard, mixed use, without going to a vote of the people. And that is my main concern. I think that you should be going to a vote of the people before you allow this kind of report and adjustments in the housing element to take place. A lot of this verbiage is general. So it sounds to me that you're going to allow the business buildings along the boulevard, if they're designated not using their land in a big enough way, that you're going to allow those buildings to be torn down, then be made into mixed use. I do not see anything on this element that addresses build-out, our present build-out numbers. And that should be done before these pages, these changes are made. How can you make all these changes, these generalized changes on these documents before you go to a vote of the people to see if they want build-out to be changed? Now, I was on that ad hoc affordable housing committee, and we suggested that you build 1, 2, or maybe even 3 apartment buildings along the boulevard. Well, this, and you didn't like that. You didn't like that suggestion at all. So this is like your new scheme to go around a vote of the people, to get around the vote. This is not a good thing. And each one of you up there, I'm going to hold each one of you responsible for blowing out build-out without a vote. People can start doing mixed use along the boulevard right after you approve this. This is not acceptable. It's your way of getting around things, your scheme, from what I understand. Good evening.
Thank you. Mr., let's see, who's got it? John?
Yes, I just have a couple of comments regarding the comments of the last speaker. Basically, the housing element starts with what's called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which is a a number that's given to the city in terms of the amount of dwelling units of particular types and densities that we have to provide zoning for. And in fact, the city has already done that in large part, probably 95% of that within the confines of Measure E, if you will, so there really is no change in build-out numbers. The housing element itself does not include any plans for mixed use along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. I think as the council is aware, that is a part of the vision of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association and is incorporated as a proposal within the proposed specific plan for Thousand Oaks Boulevard. That particular plan has not been adopted. It's in the early stages of environmental review. And we'll be going through, a series of community outreach meetings and input, and ultimately come to the Planning Commission and the City Council. So those decisions have not been made. There's nothing in the housing element that really changes our build-out projections.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Any questions of staff? There being none, at this time we'll close the public hearing for council discussion and a motion. Let me start down at this end this time. Dr. Clancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start out by saying that at our current growth rate, we would not reach our general plan designated population of 140,000 people until the year 2040. I'm going to follow that up with the state HCD, Housing Community Development Department, does not recognize general plan build-out numbers. They don't accept them. They don't accept local communities' initiatives or ordinances that call for a vote of the people to change the population. They just don't accept it. I asked the director of HCD, what happens when the state tells us to do this? We go to our people, and the people tell us to do that. We're obviously in the middle. Who wins? To which was replied, the state doesn't lose. We have in our mind where we want to be, and we'll just have to see if we can actually get there. But this is not a plan on the part of the city to circumvent the people's wishes, I can assure you. I'd like to congratulate the city for being able to dance through the hoops of HCD in getting this general plan initially approved, or this housing element. So I'd be prepared to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, if you so desire.
Please.
In that case, I do move staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Thank you, Dr. Glancy. Comments to the motion? Mrs. Irwin?
I will support the motion, and I just have to say we should be very, very grateful that we were able to get the state to approve our numbers for the Shadow Oaks apartments. That made a big difference, that we made a very big investment there, and if those numbers wouldn't have counted toward our housing numbers, it would have been a big shame. So whoever did the work to get that done and to get that appealed, we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Now, at this end, Mrs. Pauline-Lapena.
Thank you. I will approve the motion and approve this housing element. I do need to state, however, that I truly detest the state putting this upon us. The state requires that we provide housing for low income. It doesn't require that we build the homes. It requires that we make the land available, and every 5 or so years they assign numbers to various different agencies. And I know you're shaking your head, but that is truly the case. I actually, you and I disagree on this, but that is the case.
No.
They recommend it, but it has to comply with their policies and guidelines as well. And unfortunately, they do not recognize the local measures, because state supersedes local measures. And I think that regardless of what happens on the boulevard, whatever they're planning to do on the boulevard would have happened with or without this housing element. And Measure E can be applied still in some ways, and not necessarily on the Teal Boulevard, but anyhow, that's a different subject altogether. But I really hope that there will be changes on the state level that will change state law that forces cities to provide the land available for housing, because at this rate, there really will be no build-out, because we will eventually have to make this land available, and it may make a mockery of our general plan, unfortunately. So when I hear the statement, we are at build-out, I don't believe it because of these other requirements from the state that are put upon us. So that is my 2 cents basically to this motion, but I will approve it.
Thank you, Ms. Bildo. Mr. Fox? A comment to the motion? I just, consistent with Ms. Bildo-Lapinia's comments on this, it's particularly frustrating to hear a highly placed state official comment when you tell them that the city is very proud of what it's done to control growth and being one of the slowest growing urban areas in the entire country, and the 1/3 of the total area of the city's in publicly held open space, and there's simply no room for expansion. To have them turn around and say, no, you just said it. You said you've got all this open space, and all you need to do is go in and move and build your affordable housing in the open space. And to know that there are people in highly placed elected offices that think like that, that's a frightening prospect. But that being said, any additional comments to the motion? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item 10A, department reports. Kristen, if you can move your colleagues, we'll. Kristen Ford. Good evening. You need to turn your...
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. The item for your consideration tonight is the proposed acquisition of a 0.49 acre parcel in the Skyline open space area for open space purposes. Because of the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to go into a detailed presentation, but you have the staff report in your packet. It begins on page 37, and there are maps of the parcel on pages 40 and 41, and the staff recommendations are on page 37. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff? There being none, what's the will of the council? Mr. Fox?
I'm going to move recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Have a motion. Comments to the motion? There being none, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ford. Thank you very much for that riveting presentation. Item 10B, citywide goals. City Manager, Mr. Mitnick, and we do have a speaker card.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, on March 23rd, the City Council held a study session to go over your top priorities and council norms, and the outcome of that is in the recommendation. Staff is available if you have any questions.
Comments to the Ms. Bildo opinion?
I want to make sure that we are including under item number 10 some of the points that were discussed at the study session. It's all blank, but I was hoping that those items could be written down. Are we going to do that?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, certainly, and for clarification, we're talking about page 52 of the agenda packet, item top priority number 10, and what staff did was try to just consolidate it into one sentence, and it reads, complete and implement the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report, or the EIR. One of the bullets that was discussed in the meeting, or on the study session, was to add reassigning management of street banners to the city. We could certainly add that back in. Staff was going to take care of that, but we can add that in as a bullet, and the other bullets, I think, are incorporated in that measure, or in the item number 10.
Okay. Is that...
Would that be...
Okay, that's your concern. Additional comments? Yes, Mrs. I'm sorry. Okay, Dr. Clancy, anything? Yes. Go ahead.
Since this also includes the norms, I was actually wondering whether we should include "and the public" as facts of the city in the supplemental report, to have items 1 through 10 and include, for example, under item 10, treat each other, staff, and the public respectfully. Is that something that we should include? I think that would be fine.
I don't have any problem with it. I think since the organizational chart, it clearly shows that at the top of the organizational structure are the residents of this city, so...
So if we could add "and the public" in these items 1 through 10, if it's...
So for item 1 would read, treat each other, comma, staff, comma, and the public respectfully. Norm number 1.
Or in item number 5, I think that's the one that was the recommendation.
Number 5, and public.
I think we probably did discuss this anyway. And
I was just reading the memo.
Public
Had
and
item.
public.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. I just thought it was not a bad idea.
Additional comments? Yes, Mrs. Irwin?
I'm going to move the staff recommendation, although recommendation is spelled incorrectly, just a note.
Thank you. Comments to the motion? There being none, please vote.
Oh, look at that.
Motion carries 5-0.
Excuse me just a minute. I have a speaker card, and I mentioned that before we take that vote. Mr. Nick Kidwai? Mr. Kidwai? Going once, going twice. Okay, I don't believe he's here anymore. So, okay, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Okay. Item 11, redevelopment report. We have none. Item 12, committee, commission, board reports. We have none. Item 13, council issues, recommendations, follow-up reports, 1234 compliance. I assume we're still doing that? We have to do it, even though 1234 is, or...
1234 is still in effect.
Okay. Okay, 2010 National League of Cities. Let's see, Dr. Glancy, you were there. You want to give the...
Sure, Mr. Mayor. The mayor and I had the opportunity, along with the city manager, to visit several congressional offices in search of dollars, primarily for the 101-23 interchange, which has been one of our top issues for quite a while. And concerning those efforts, they've been successful in the past, and I believe that are constantly begging and being there face-to-face with these people has an effect. And if we don't ask, we don't get. So I think it was a successful trip. We've certainly spread the word again and again and reminded everyone. So they certainly, when they see it come across their desk, they can at least put faces on it. The meeting itself, I thought, was good. We had an awful lot, and I haven't really added up the percentage of the president's cabinet that came to speak, but there were a lot of the members that came and addressed the crowd. And it's always interesting to hear them speak. The mood that I heard repeated over and over again was that we have a new normal coming down the pike. Normal is not going to be what we were used to several years ago. It's going to be something different, accepting probably a lesser standard. But regardless, it was a good program and a very good conference. Anyone have anything else to...
Thank you, Dr. Glancy. Any other additional comments? I'm going to add that I'm being chair of the National League of Cities Public Safety Committee. I was in a position to receive a briefing along with a small number of other folks from the White House Office of Emergency Preparedness. And the group is truly trying to outreach to cities across the United States. for assistance in refurbishing and remodeling emergency and disaster response to communities, streamlining methodologies for getting services to the cities, and even in defining levels and different types of causes of emergency to clear some of the pathways. The ghost of New Orleans is still very much there, and trying to move different quantities of resources to meet the community's need is a stated high priority of this administration. It was very interesting also, as Dr. Glancy said, all of the President's domestic cabinet secretaries appeared and made presentations, every one of them. And of course, they all concluded their remarks with urging support for health care, but that's a big agenda. So anyhow, any questions on this? The motion is to receive the report. Comment? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Second item, League of California Cities, Channel Counties Division meeting. Dr. Clancy, you want to take that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The mayor and I had an opportunity to go to the Channel Counties session of the League, and it was, they spoke about the League's measure to try to get a firewall set between Sacramento and our budgets. Ongoing effort. It's a very important effort because unless something happens, we're going to be faced with financial crises every year. But I thought that the highlight of the meeting was really Abel Maldonado. Thank you. Came and spoke to us, and that was very refreshing.
Senator Maldonado is a great speaker, and he's having to say it's an interesting time working his way up the legislative food chain in Sacramento. My understanding is that he will be nominated for Secretary of State again, or I'm sorry, Lieutenant Governor again next week. So the saga continues. Anyhow, the recommendation is to receive the report. Comments to the motion? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 14, City Manager. City Manager, follow-up request from public.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no additional follow-up. I do want to point out, as far as upcoming items, the next council meeting will be on April 27th. But prior to that, there are a couple events of interest. You heard about the Compact for Sustainable Ventura County Summit coming up at Cal Lutheran on the 15th. Also on April 17th, Saturday, is the 36th Scandinavian Festival at Cal Lutheran. And there's some other community events that will be on the city's website. The next council meeting on April 27th. At this time, we have two public hearings to point out. One is involving the Rancho Potrero specific plan. We're finally coming back and moving forward on that to annex that property into the city of Thousand Oaks. Second hearing is the 5-year consolidated plan for the city's housing and urban development program, years 2010 through 2015. And we'll also have a 1-year update for City Council on the Police Department's community mediation program. So that's it by way of City Manager follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Do you want to mention the tour to California again, May 22nd, 3rd?
Oh, well, coming up in May.
Yes.
Yes, the race. And we have extensive information about that on the city's website, but that's the weekend of May 20, on the 25th. Yeah, May 25th. The final leg of the 23rd.
22nd and 23rd were the 2 days. The race is the 23rd.
There it is. Yeah. I should have it memorized. I'm sorry. But it's starting in Nevada City in the Sacramento area, and it'll finish here. And we'll have more. Go to the city's website. It's more accurate. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need to, every opportunity, announce to the community that this thing is coming, given the potential size. My understanding is that the impact is already being felt by hotels in the region, because the teams are starting to come in and practice, and they bring their own film crews, and they bring large crews, and we're getting information back from Ventura and different cities that some of their hotels and motels are being used, and hotel reservations are starting to book up. Anticipation, well, you heard it again tonight, that was much higher than the number we've been working with, but the number's been between 100,000 and 200,000 people in the city for that 2 days. So we've got to do as much as we can to make the community aware that this is coming. Thank you very much. Item 15, closed session, is all completed. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Okay, we're up to item 16. I have two acknowledgments prior to adjournment. One is our first adjournment is in memory of Robert Evans Jeffrey. Robert was the father of city employee of the Thousand Oaks Library, Darren Jeffrey. Robert passed away at age of 81. He was born in Mount Olive, Arkansas, and was a career Air Force man. Robert and his wife, Patricia Ann, were married for 54 years, and together they enjoyed raising their 5 children. Robert was a great friend. He was known for his philosophy of living life exactly as he wanted to. Robert will be deeply missed by his family and friends. We'd like to express our sincere condolences to the Jeffrey family. And the second adjournment this evening is in honor of Sergeant George Cochran. George Cochran was a native Californian. He passed away in March at the age of 80. George had the distinction of being a member of the city's inaugural 10-man police force. It was formed in 1964. I had the honor of George Cochran was my break-in officer when I came to work in 1964, and I remember him dearly because of a plaque on my wall that says clearly, "Keep your hands off the radio. I'll tell you when you can use it." George was very close to me and his family, and my wife and I serve as godchildren to his grandchildren. But George served in the United States Army during the Korean War. When he returned home in 1953, he married his sweetheart, Tommy Cochran. Tommy was a longtime manager for the Bank of America, including branches here in Thousand Oaks at the Park Oak Center when it first opened, and then later when Bank of America opened over at Los Arboles and Herbs Road. George and Tommy moved to Thousand Oaks in 1959, and together they raised their 3 children. During his career as a deputy sheriff, George was well known for his acts of compassion, service, and devotion to volunteering in youth organizations. His history as an investigator with special focus on juvenile issues will continue to be remembered and appreciated by the many young people that he helped straighten out their lives. On behalf of the City Council and as a personal friend, George would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the Cochran family. There being no further business to come before us, we're adjourned.